this morning and a very, very warm welcome. If hopefully my voice, yes, of course. I am just waiting. I hope we don't have any more guests. If my voice is reaching you, can I request everyone to please come inside? Begin by actually asking that who all were with us last night for our networking dinner? All right, can I see a raise of hand? Can we see a raise of hand? And can you look to your right and left and just greet the person, whoever is next to you? With a big smile, of course. With a big smile. With a big smile. Okay, great. Already everyone is smiling, everyone is laughing. Thank you. So, आप सभी को बहुत बहुत स्वागत है and a very good morning. What I want you all to do now very quickly, can you just go into the house, into the hall and find that one person that you met last night who's new to you? And if you remember their name. Can we see that quickly and go say hi to them? Any one person you met last night for the first time, you made an acquaintance, you can walk up to them, quickly, you can move around. Any one person that you met last night, a new name, a new face, आप किससे मिले कल रात को, or you can make a new friend now, go meet somebody who you don't know, get to know their name. You met me for the first time, oh thank you very much. Thank you, that was very smart. Fantastic, but I really want you can move around, you can walk around, find one new person, one new face, one new acquaintance, and just know their name. You found everybody, just know their name. I want you all to know a new name today. It's so important for us because that is the whole point of this summit. So I'm assuming everybody's found a new name, yes? Yes? Okay, fantastic. Can you all please give a huge round of applause for all of you? Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, who came and shook my hand. Okay, yes, I need to remember my new face, yes. All right, thank you, everybody. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the second Grain Ethanol Technical Summit. After the engaging and fruitful networking dinner last night, where conversations sparked ideas and connections were made across sectors, we are now all set to formally begin a day dedicated to deeper dialogue, technical insights, and collaborative exploration. The enthusiasm and exchange of thoughts last night were a true reflection of the growing momentum in India's grain ethanol sector. From policymakers to industry leaders, researchers to innovators, it was encouraging to see so many minds aligned towards a shared vision, building a sustainable, self-reliant, and biofuel-driven future. Today, we continue that momentum with a full agenda of thought-provoking sessions and technical presentations. As we gather here this morning, let's carry forward the same spirit of openness, curiosity, and collaboration that made last night such a success. The second Grain Ethanol Technical Summit is not just a platform for discussion. It's a step forward in shaping India's energy and agricultural landscape. Let's carry forward the same spirit, from policy frameworks to emerging technologies. Today's summit will offer fresh perspectives and practical pathways to accelerate progress in this vital sector. Once again, a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, speakers, partners, and delegates. Let us now officially begin the day's proceedings and continue this important conversation. To formally mark the beginning of today's proceedings, We will now move to a moment rooted in tradition and symbolism, the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. The lighting of the lamp represents the removal of darkness and the spreading of knowledge, hope, and new beginnings. May I now request the governing body of JIMA to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. Can we please welcome the governing body? Let's welcome to the stage Dr. C.K. Jain, President, Shri Prashant Jaiswal, Vice President, Shri Pranav Sharma, Vice President. Can we please give them a cheer as they move to the stage? Shri Neeraj Singla, Secretary, Ms. Arushi Jain, Joint Secretary, Shri Abhinav Singhal, Treasurer, Shri Samarth Harlalkar, Executive Member, Shri Vaibhav Jain, Executive Member, Shri Pal Chaudhary, Executive Member, Shri Shantanu Jaiswal, Executive Member, Shri Abhishek Sharma ji, Executive Member, Shri Karthik Swaroop, Executive Member, and Shri Sivaram Karturi. May I please request all of you to join us onto the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony.
हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब अभी भी नेटवर्किंग कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे। रात में इतने मस्त हो गए वो, यहाँ दिखाई नहीं दे रहे। Anyway.
They've truly made some solid networks and connections, which I'm sure they're working on. Can we have some gentle music, please? Thank you so much, everyone. Please have a seat. As we officially commence the second Grain Ethanol Technical Summit 2025, it is now that we begin this important occasion by hearing from the very person who has been the driving force behind this collective vision. A leader who has tirelessly represented the interests of the grain-based ethanol industry, a voice for both producers and farmers, and a visionary who believes in India's biofuel self-reliance. It is my honor to now invite on stage the President of the Grain Ethanol Manufacturers Association, JIMA. Let's please welcome Dr. C.K. Jain with a huge round of applause. Under his guidance, JIMA has emerged as a strong and credible industry platform, fostering policy dialogue, encouraging innovation, and ensuring that ethanol becomes not just a fuel, but a mission for sustainable development. So I welcome you, sir.
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग, सबको मेरी तरफ से बड़े शुभाशीष सब कुछ। मैं आज सभी का जीमा की सेकंड टेक्निकल समिट में हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत हर्ष हो रहा है। मैं हमारे सभी एसटीम मेंबर्स का अभिनंदन करता हूं और विशेष रूप से हमारे जो नॉलेज पार्टनर्स उनका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। ये नॉलेज पार्टनर्स हैं, ये वर्ल्ड के कोने से अमेरिका, यूरोप और कई देशों से आके हम लोगों की नॉलेज ज्ञान कर रहे हैं। I sincerely hope your visit so far has offered you a first-hand experience of rapidly transforming India. An India that is industrializing sustainably, growing responsibly, and evolving quickly. I am confident your time here will not only add to the knowledge base of our domestic ethanol industry, but also present meaningful business opportunity for you. India's grain-based ethanol industry is still young. Yet in a short time, we have seen an impressive scale up. जहाँ हम 60-40 के एलपीडी की बात करते थे, आपको याद होगा आज से 4 साल पहले हम लोग सोचते 60 के एलपीडी बहुत बड़ा प्लांट है, 60 के एलपीडी मैक्सिमम उस जगह 100 के एलपीडी का है। आज हम लोग बात करने लगे 500,000 के एलपीडी। तो ये एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन चेंज है और ये विकास हमारे सदस्यों की एंटरप्रेन्योर स्पिरिट और स्ट्रेटेजिक इंटेंट का परिणाम है। यानी सबने देखा 1000 करोड़ उनको चाहिए, जो अब 1000 करोड़ चाहिए कल को 2000 करोड़ भी हो सकता है। तो इसके अलावा बहुत 4 सालों में हम लोगों की सोच में बहुत फर्क आया है हमारी। लेकिन हमारी जो यंग इंडस्ट्री है उसमें कुछ बॉटलनेक्स हैं। हमारे जैसे बॉटलनेक, सबसे बड़े बॉटलनेक्स हमारी ऑपरेशनल एफिशिएंसीज में हैं, दूसरा कॉस्ट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन में है और बाई प्रोडक्ट यूटिलाइजेशन में है। अभी भी हम लोगों का फोकस बाई प्रोडक्ट यूटिलाइजेशन पे नहीं है, जो कि हमें अगले साल 2 साल में सर्वाइवल के लिए जरूरी करना होगा। Because of all these factors, we are here as global knowledge leaders is so valuable. All those you people who has flown from US and Europe is valuable to us. You bring with you not just the insights, but years of mature operational experience. That is what we are eager to learn from. Sustainability of any ethanol plant depends on mastering 3 core competencies. Yeah, as you all know, but I'm just repeating that. Sourcing the right feedstock at right price. This is first and foremost requirement to sustain the business. Second is maximizing processing efficiency and yields. This is where we have to work hard. Third, ensuring fully utilization and monetization of our byproducts. Right now, we are only crying कि हम लोग 25 रुपए में बेचते थे, आज 15 रुपए में बिक रहा है, ये है. But we need to work on it कि why 25 has become 15 and why it cannot go to 20. Apart from that, there are many other byproducts like CO2, corn oil, all those need to be worked on. भारत में इथेनॉल इंडस्ट्री अधिकांशतः सेल कंपटीशन से परे है. लेट अस रिकॉग्नाइज दिस फैक्ट. हमारे आपस में कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है. हमारे एक महानुभाव बैठे हैं जो हम लोगों का सब माल ले लेते हैं. इनके लिए एक बार ताली बजा दीजिए भाई. सेल कंपटीशन हमारे यहाँ ना होना एक सबसे बड़ी बात है. देयर इज ओनली वन नेशनल बायर. यहाँ पे मैं मेरे जियो और न्यारा के भी फ्रेंड्स बैठे हैं, उनसे मैं दोबारा रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि वो भी जैसे ग्रेन इथेनॉल वाले भी नुकसान में चलते रहते हैं, नुकसान फ़ायदा. आप भी बस सारा फ़ायदा मत देखिए. मक्की का इथेनॉल लीजिए 71 रुपये 86 पैसे में, कम से कम 20% लीजिए. ये मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है. फीड स्टॉक जो है हमारे यहाँ, फीड स्टॉक यूटिलिटीज़, लाइक कोल, लाइक बायोमास, इन दोनों के प्राइसेस हर स्टेट में अलग अलग हैं, which cannot be changed, which is not in our hand. ऐसे सीन में जहाँ हमारे पास कॉस्ट, जहाँ रॉ मटेरियल्स महंगे, वहाँ हमें कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी की बहुत ज़रूरत पड़ जाती है। बाई प्रोडक्ट्स के फुल यूटिलाइजेशन की हमें बहुत ज़रूरत पड़ जाती है। और कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी है ऐसा, और बाई प्रोडक्ट्स का यूटिलाइजेशन, ये दो चीज़ें हैं जो हमें कॉम्पिटिटिव एज दे सकती है। हर वक्त हम अपने बायर के पास नहीं जा सकते कि आप रेट बढ़ाओ, हम लोगों को भी काम करना होगा। मेरे को जब हमने जीमा शुरू करी तो एक ही मूल मंत्र याद था, जियो और जीने दो, लिव एंड लेट लिव। ये जैन धर्म का भी सबसे ऊपर का मंत्र है। मतलब हम लोगों का कंपटीशन का आधार नहीं है, कॉम्पिटेंस का आधार है, ना कि एग्रेशन का आधार है। वी आर हियर विथ कॉम्पिटेंस, नॉट फॉर एग्रेशन। हमारी कोई एक दूसरे से लड़ाई नहीं है। और सिर्फ इसीलिए जीमा एग्जिस्ट टू एंश्योर दैट नॉलेज, not just capital, determine the success. It is knowledge which determines the success together with the capital. GIMA is conducting webinars, technical summits, data sharing. मेरा सबसे आप लोगों से सबसे आग्रह है कि OMC, DFPD सब हम लोगों से डेटा मांगते रहते हैं। मैं सबको लिखता रहता हूँ, सबको एडवाइस करता रहता हूँ कि आप डेटा भेजिए। कितने लेटर आते हैं? 130 में से 10 लेटर। शर्म आती है मुझे, मैं क्या इनको डेटा दूँ। आप लोग थोड़े से, मेरा हमेशा से कहना है, थोड़े से एक्टिव होइए। रेगुलर अपडेट हो, हमारी वेबसाइट पे भी आप लोग डालें। जैसे कल सरावगे सर ने हमारी वेबसाइट की बड़ी तारीफ करी थी कि आई हैव सीन दिस इज एज ए वन ऑफ वंडरफुल थिंग। सो ऑल दोज थिंग्स आर रिक्वायर्ड, दैट ओनली द secretariat of GIMA or we 4 people cannot do. Everyone has to contribute on that. हम लोगों का पूरा मकसद वेबिनार, टेक्निकल समिट और डेटा शेयरिंग और रेगुलर अपडेट से पूरे उद्योग की कॉम्पिटेंसी बढ़ाने पे लगा हुआ है। वी हैव टू बिकम कॉम्पिटेंट। हम हर वक्त नहीं जा सकते बायर के पास कि आप हमारा रेट बढ़ाओ। Today's gathering represents the unified efforts of industry leaders, innovators, and technical experts by bringing together international knowledge partners, and Indian manufacturers. We are strengthening the foundation of long-term, sustainable progress. Let me be very clear. Association is only strong as members' participation. Without members' participation, कोई एसोसिएशन स्ट्रांग नहीं हो सकती। आई एम हैप्पी, कल सब लोगों ने काम बांट के सब लोगों ने किया, लेकिन पिछले वर्ष भी मैंने आप लोगों से एग्री किया था कि आप केवल ऐसा नहीं कि समिट में इकट्ठे हो या कोई फंक्शन में इकट्ठे हो, रोज़मर्रा की नॉलेज शेयरिंग भी करें। आज मैं फिर अपना आग्रह आप लोगों को दोहराता हूँ, प्लीज़ पार्टिसिपेट इन सर्वेस, अटेंड वेबिनार्स and respond to emails. These are the things I am reiterating again. Contribute to the forums, discussion, and when needed, support financially also. Everything is required to run a setup, even when there is no direct or indirect immediate benefit. Share your operational learning. हमारे पास एक बड़ा think tank और बड़ा intelligent टैंक है जो हम लोग एक दूसरे से शेयर कर सकते। डोंट हेजिटेट, प्लीज़ कम आउट, विल फिक्स वेबिनार फॉर यू, यू शेयर योर नॉलेज, यू गिव द नॉलेज सो दैट वी कैन डू गुड फॉर फेलो मेंबर्स। Do whatever you can do. That is what I can say now. I reiterate again, young men and women members, remember that we are a group of industrialists. We are a group of industrialists. क्या चीज़ है? पैसे वाला नहीं है, वो सबसे बड़ा सोशल वर्कर है। आपने किसी ने दिल्ली में फैक्ट्री लगाई है? कोई भी फैक्ट्री रूरल एरिया में किसी भी शहर से कम 50 से 200 किलोमीटर दूर है। You are the best person to do the rural development. You are the best person to take the financial risk. आप कोशिश करते हैं कि आपका बायर भी खुश रहे, आपके एम्प्लॉयर भी खुश रहे। आप इसकी चिंता नहीं करते कि आपको फ़ायदा हो रहा है या नुकसान हो रहा है। तो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट इज समथिंग आउटस्टैंडिंग पर्सन। सो मेरे आप लोगों के लिए अप्रिसिएशन है, आप लोगों के लिए मैं ताली बजाना चाहता हूँ। आप अपनी इस भावना को आगे रखिए। कभी आपको नुकसान होगा, कभी फ़ायदा होगा, लेकिन आपने कोशिश करी कि आप बैंक को भी सेटिस्फाई रखते हैं, अपने एम्प्लॉय को भी सेटिस्फाई करते हैं, अपने बायर्स को भी सेटिस्फाई करते हैं। तो इससे बड़ी और क्या भावना हो सकती है? पूरा रूरल डेवलपमेंट आप लोगों ने किया, जो हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का भी सपना है कि रूरल डेवलपमेंट। इथेनॉल दो तरीके से रूरल डेवलपमेंट कर रहा है। सबसे बड़ा फार्मर्स का, ग्रेन फार्मर, जब से ग्रेन पे फोकस आया, द फोकस केम इन जनवरी 24। उससे पहले मक्की का कोई खास फोकस नहीं था। जब इन लोगों ने प्राइस सही किया तो उसका इट इज़ डायरेक्टली बेनिफिट टू द फार्मर्स। मेज इज़ ए क्रॉप विच इज़ डायरेक्टली बेनिफिटिंग फार्मर्स। कल आपने सुना होगा मिस्टर USGC के अमित सचदेवा जी ने कहा था, ओनली आउट ऑफ 38 मिलियन टन only 2 million go to food. So it should be treated as an industrial crop. And I have been always saying that unless a country grows the grain for industry, का आप किसी भी कंट्री के आप हिस्ट्री देख लीजिए, डेवलप्ड कंट्री की, ग्रेन इज़ ए रॉ मटेरियल फॉर इंडस्ट्री। और ग्रेन फूड वर्सेस सिक्योरिटी का, फूड वर्सेस फ्यूल की चैलेंज से हमें बाहर निकलना चाहिए। हमने बहुत हो गया, रोटी कपड़ा मकान वो हमारे पूरे हो गए। हमारी सरकार मुफ्त में 80 करोड़ लोगों को बांट रही है, तो हम लोग सरप्लस ग्रेन सरप्लस कंट्री है। वी आर सरप्लस ग्रेन कंट्री। हम अक्सर सरकार की उन नीतियों का समर्थन करते हैं जो हमारे हित में होती हैं, ठीक है ना। हम लोग वो समर्थन करते हैं कि जो हित में होती है, जो अनहित में होती है उसको कहते हैं ये गलत है। हमें दोनों, जब हमें सरकार से काम करना है तो हमें दोनों नीतियों का समर्थन करना चाहिए, थोड़ा भी ज़्यादा भी, जिससे सब काम हमारी सुनवाई हो सके। मेरा आप लोगों से हमेशा आग्रह रहा है कि हमें दोनों नीतियों का समर्थन करना चाहिए। ये जो ग्रेन इथेनॉल है ये भी सरकार की देन है, जो हम लोग बैठे यहाँ एक साथ। रेट इंक्रीज़ करना, रेट इम्प्रूव करना, रियलाइज़ करना, FCI का राइज देना, ये सब सरकार की नीति है। साथ में अगर ये कहते हैं कि 10-20 हज़ार टन नाफेड से ले लो, NC से, तो क्या बुराई है, हम लोग कर लेना चाहिए। सिर्फ अपनी अपनी बात नहीं सोचनी चाहिए। ये सब किस लिए ज़रूरत है? सरकार के साथ लॉन्ग टर्म ट्रस्ट बनाना है हमें, विच इज़ मोस्ट नेसेसरी। और लॉन्ग टर्म ट्रस्ट के लिए संवाद तभी संभव है जब हम केवल लाभ नहीं बल्कि समाधान का हिस्सा बनने को भी तैयार हों। हमें दोनों ही चीज़ होनी कि लाभ ही लाभ ना सोचें, हम समाधान भी दें, तब हम लोग लॉन्ग टर्म ट्रस्ट में सरकार का गेन कर सकते हैं। जीमा की स्थापना एक उद्देश्य के साथ हुई थी, भारत की ग्रेन इथेनॉल इंडस्ट्री की कॉम्पिटेंस, एफिशिएंसी और वॉइस को मजबूत करना, यह मिशन आज भी जीवित है और जब तक जीवित रहेगा, जब तक आपकी भागीदारी, आपके विचार और आपकी लीडरशिप उसमें बनी रहेगी। हर एक आदमी की लीडरशिप चाहिए मुझे। आइए इस समिट को एक ओपन, कैंडिडेट, एक्शन ओरिएंटेड डायलॉग में परिवर्तित करें। मैं अपनी गवर्निंग बॉडी और सब मेंबर्स को बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, जो मुझे समय समय पर दिशा निर्देश देते रहे हैं। मैं उन सभी नॉलेज पार्टनर्स को भी धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने सहयोग देकर विदेशों से, दूर दूर से अपने एक्सपर्ट्स बुलाकर हमारा ज्ञान वर्धन करने में सहयोग दिया है। आप सबकी उपस्थिति और सहभागिता के लिए पुनः धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, Dr. Jain. I think for truly being a visionary, and your determination, your grit, and your passion, I think is truly admirable. And listening to you, I feel that your emphasis on becoming competent and truly becoming active is going to lay the foundation of our summit today. So thank you for setting the tone and giving a great start for our summit today. And we will now be proceeding with our first session on the topic Global Ethanol Trends and Optimal Technologies. And I'll take a moment to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Hugo Moraes. He is the Global Business Manager at Kaizen International INC. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the Federal University of Paraíba, Brazil. You can join us on stage while I introduce you. With over 13 years of experience in the renewable energy sector, he brings a global perspective to the ethanol market, drawing on his success in Brazil, one of the world's leading renewable energy markets, to drive strategic growth and innovation worldwide. His background also includes valuable experience in the automotive industry, focusing on transportation technologies and renewable fuels. A very, very warm welcome to you. Can we please accord a huge round of applause to Mr. Hugo? I would also request their team to please join us on stage. Do we have your team members? I would also like to invite them on stage to be a part of this session. Let's give them a hand. Our topic, Global Ethanol Trends and Optimal Technologies. We have a session of about 50 minutes, which will also include 15 minutes of Q&A, followed by the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for inviting us. Invite Katzen to stay here. I would like to introduce my CEO and President, David Lococo. And we are here in India since a long time, but now in partnership with Crab and Tower. It's our official partner in India, and we would like to share a little bit about what we have seen around the world, our experience in Americas, our experience in Europe. I think the main thing that we need to talk today is we need to start about what is the key players. Everyone knows United States, Brazil. I'm a Brazilian guy. India and Europe Union. So when we see these numbers. This is in the last 4 or 5 years, we can see that all of those players grew a little bit, but if you see India has grown 200%. It's incredible. It's also let me show a little bit the next one. USA, if you see, USA has grew like India in the past. Early of 2000s, we could see this growth. It was, if you see here, number here, we grew for less than 1% blend of ethanol into the gasoline to 10% in 10 years. So it's a huge, huge, huge growth. It's very important to say the mandates are always drive this growth. So it's very important to us to stay together with the government. The government will give the opportunities to work. It happens in US, it happens in Brazil, it happens in India. Now US has a market of 60 billion liters per year. If you see, most of the consumption were done inside domestically and a little bit for export, but there is space. There is space to blend the ethanol into the gasoline inside the country. It's very, very important, very good for the market. We can talk a little bit about specifically something that is very specific for the market. For example, steam in US is produced from natural gas. That's different of India, that's different of Brazil. Electricity comes from the grid, so I think the life in US is easier when they have steam from natural gas and they have electricity coming from the grid. For me, it's very easy. Another thing that we can see, 98% of ethanol in US was produced from corn. So there's only one feedstock there. There's a lot of availability. If you see that in this graph, we show that we can see that 45% of all produced corn in US, 45% went to the ethanol market. And here we have also all the DDGS produced came from this portion, 45%. And like it was said, there is no food versus fuel. 45% that became ethanol also became DDGS. When we see here in the bottle, 45% of all the production in US became feeds. It's animal food. So no, and only if when we see here, only 10% went to the industry, went to the human feed. We don't see any movement and difference. It's always about 10%. 45% producing ethanol, 45% went to animal food. And what's happened? If we want to increase the production in US for ethanol, we can use this portion. We attack this because when we produce ethanol, we produce DDGS. We will supply DDGS for animals. So one more time, there is no food versus fuel. One more thing that is very important, it's very interesting to say. When 6 states in the US are very responsible, accountable for more than all the corn production. When we see here the corn belt, here in the Corn Belt. And if you see all the concentration of the plants, all the good plants, all the plants that survived for 30 years, 40 years, many years, they are located close to the feedstock. It's very important. It's something that Katsen always say to the new clients. We receive many clients that say, hey, I would like to assemble a plant here normally we say destination plants, plants that people want to assemble a plant close to the big cities and far away from the corn. And you say, no, it's not good for you. We do not recommend that. We recommend you always assemble a plant close to the feedstock. And why? Because around 27%, something around that, of the corn dry matter will become CO2. And you are transporting corn for a long distance. You have the transformation, the reaction in the ethanol, and 27% of your production, everything that you ship it, will become CO2. This is why we do not recommend. For sure, there's different places, different regions, in different conditions. And also in US, we talk every day. Every day, many people wake up and say, hey, I would like E15. Because everyone knows in US, the mandate is E10. That is E15, but sometimes all year round, sometimes not. Depends on the administration. And there's a lot of people that say, hey, let's change the mandate. Let's now become E15, E10. And we have the biggest production in the world. We have the biggest consumption in the world. And why? Do you think that it's possible? When we talk about E15 instead of E10, we are increasing 50% of the consumption, internal consumption. But it's a common sense there. If we want to push the corn production, of farms love that. They would love to increase the production. Or when we have this requirement, we have people producing, people increasing the production. And at least it can boost the demand of in 15%. So 50%, 15, it's the huge production. And if you want to increase 50% of consumption, you just need to increase the corn production and 15%. Absolutely, when E15 will reduce the petroleum usage by 5%. 1/3 of all the US petroleum production is imported. So 1/3 of everything. If you just increase 5% in the blend, you will not face any problem. There is nothing against all the oil and gas investments. We know United States is investing again in oil and gas. The country can also invest in ethanol. They can invest in the blend, and we will have no problem. That we will have nothing against oil, nothing against food, nothing against all the energy matrix in the country. Sure, E15 will increase the ethanol production at least 45%. Given that some small portion is exported. And the installed capacity of installed plants in US, we have some plants in idle. That is idle capacity, and if we increase this, at least 30% of all the installed capacity need to increase. So we are bringing technology, we are bringing opportunity, we are bringing jobs. Oh, no, let me go back. Yeah. Yeah, so we will have more DGS, more byproducts, co-products, more oil, more corn oil. And corn oil can be used as well for biodiesel. It's an increase in the capacity to turn the US more green. When we have that, and sure, in this actual administration, we do not talk more about to be green, to be sustainable, to be no more green, no more sustainable, no more happy life. But now we talk about more job for Americans, more job for people domestically, more money, and more energy security. So we just changed the speech with this new government. We didn't change the drive for ethanol to increase the ethanol production. We just changed the speech. We can grow, we can be economically feasible, we can make it greener, we can make it more sustainable. We have a really good chain that we won a lot. We win when we are using ethanol, even E10, E15. Also, a little bit about Brazil, like it's my experience life in Brazil. Brazil is the largest sugar cane producer in the world and the biggest sugar exporter. But we know that the sugarcane availability is a limiting factor there. The production of sugarcane is not easy like the corn production. Corn production is very easy. You can store corn for a long time. You cannot store sugarcane. So, but in the other worlds, we have Brazil also a big producer of corn, a major exporter, and a major global player in meat production, in livestock. So if you see Brazilian numbers, the animal feed accounts for 60 to 80% of all the corn consumption in Brazil. So the DGS is also an opportunity. If we increase all the ethanol production in Brazil, we increase the DGS availability. So this is also very interesting for our country. Brazil today as a big producer of sugarcane, but we produce more than 100 million tons of corn per year. So there is a lot of opportunity. Yeah, and if you see here all the trends in Brazil, the total production in Brazil didn't change along these 6 years. You can see something around 30 billion liters. But if you see here, this in green, we have the sugarcane-based ethanol and the corn-based ethanol here in the bottom. We can see a really good growth of cereal-based ethanol in Brazil. We raised at least 1,000% since 2018. Today, corn ethanol, cereal-based ethanol represents at least 20%. Here, it's a number about 7.5 billion liters from cereals, mostly corn. And the expectation is for this year, this number 7.5 becomes 9.5. We are still growing. And why we don't change the total capacity, total production? Because sugarcane plants are focusing on sugar production and sugar export. And the domestic market is being fed by cereal-based ethanol. So there's a lot of opportunity. I will talk a little bit what I knew a little bit about India, but we believe that we can have the similarity here when the cereal-based ethanol can replace some sugar cane. It's not because it's better, it's not because any other economics, but just because sugar cane, the sugar production, the sugar price, it's so high at this moment in the international market. And it's very important to say I'm sorry, currently the ethanol, the cereal-based ethanol just consume 11% of our production in Brazil. So we have a lot of opportunity to grow. And what about ethanol, corn-based ethanols before that? Because now we had a lot of production, we have a lot of opportunity to grow, and it was a simple answer. It works in US, it will not work here. No, we do sugarcane ethanol, we will not increase the market, we will not change the market, it will not work here. So it was very simple, but it was a reality. If I could ask someone, it was the answer that I could see 10 years ago. And just to show a little bit to you guys here that our Brazilian corn belt in yellow and the sugarcane production region in Brazil. We have here the Northeast focus and sugar for export. So from here directly to Europe, it's very easy. We have a lot of ports there. This is always, it was always focusing on sugar for export. We have here São Paulo, that's the biggest state, the strongest state that we have in Brazil. This state is accountable for 60% of all the market for sugar and for ethanol, so it's very important for that. And one more here, we have the southern region capable. If you see here, this is the regional market. The regional market here, it was, everyone is supplied by São Paulo. And here, if you go to the south of Brazil, you cannot see ethanol available in the gas stations. It's important to highlight, we have flex fuel vehicles. Our flex fuel vehicles started, our flex fuel technology started 24 years ago, and now 90% of the Brazilian fleet is flex fuel. So I hear that it's starting in India, but in Brazil we had a lot of growth. We have developed the technology, so I think it will be very good, very easy now in India, because we have developed a lot the system in Brazil. And in that region, even the cars were flex fuel, there was no availability of hydrous ethanol and just the blend. And here the cost of ethanol was so high, while the cost here in São Paulo was so good. People were using ethanol here in São Paulo, but not here, and not in Northeast, because the cost of ethanol was so high as well. And here we could see the Midwestern Brazil, where we have the Corn Belt. Here we are having a really growth in ethanol market in Brazil, driven by corn-based ethanol. And here, just to highlight, here in the southern Brazil, Katzen is starting. We are developing and assembly one plant that will be wheat and winter crop based cereal. So named B8, this company will be able to supply 20-25% of all the ethanol from that region, that area. And also that you produce gluten, vital gluten. So it's not only corn. The cereal is not only corn. It was only corn in US, but in Brazil we have corn and oil, and the corn and oil, yes, everyone has the yes. And here we have wheat and gluten. So we have different opportunities for different feedstocks. And why we know that? Because Katzen is responsible for, accountable for 60%, 65% of the market, cereal-based market in Brazil. We have 12 plants, our clients has 12 plants in operation in Brazil right now. We are under construction and design. We have 6 new plants. Most of them is corn, 99% is corn, and we have here 1 plant for winter cereal. Yeah, and just numbers, just so you guys understand a little bit. It's a really huge growth. All these plants in Brazil are very big. We have here, I will show you guys the biggest plant, cereal-based plant, ethanol in the world. It's in Brazil right now, and it's a Katzen design. If you see this, just really huge plants, 2 million, 2.5, 2.6 million liters per day. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Some years ago, plants with this size. We have one. This the wheat-based one is this 600 cubic meters per day. And now our plants are responsible for 5 billion. We produced 7 billion in a year. 5 billion came from Katzen design plants. I think I need to speed up a little bit. And this is our demonstrated yields in Brazil. I put these numbers, but it's 440 liters of anhydrous per ton of corn. I put here in the really small words, 62%, we need at least 62% of starch but this is a really typical corn profile in Brazil, 62% of starch, and we use GMO yeast in Brazil that I heard we are just starting GMO yeasts in India, so it's very, very interesting. In Brazil, with our main client, we can face 687 liters of anhydrous ethanol for a ton of starch. And this is not the really right number. This is based on 440 that we demonstrated. But this client, for example, they stabilized the production in 446 liters of anhydrous. It's something unbelievable for the market because we cannot see this in any other provider, any other technology provider in Brazil. No one can reach more than 435. We are reaching 446 in Brazil. So this is incredible. This is what we bring. We develop what we have seen in the last years, mainly because we have the development of new yeasts, new enzymes, everything new yeast in overall. The biotechnology is coming, is pushing so hard the production of the conversion of starch and ethanol. And normally, every time that we talk with new customers, we say, people, it's not about own technology. Don't think that you buy the best technology of the world and you get the best yield of the world. You have to have your biotechnology providers together. You have to work together with them every day. You need to share data. You have to put people in your plant. And also, you have to have a really good operational team. Don't expect to have not really good technology, not good operational team, and the best biotechnology in the world. You will never have the really good yield, everything that you expect. You have to have the best technology, the best biotechnology, and the best operational team if you want to have the best yields in the market. We need this. We need everyone together. And this is the biggest facility, the biggest dry mill ethanol facility in the world. It's in Sinop, state of Mato Grosso, Brazil. We have 4 trains, 4 plants together. One is responsible for 1,700 kiloliters per day, and we have 3 others with 1,300 kiloliters per day. This is a really, really huge facility. Every day they grind 12,000 tons of corn. And a little bit about Europe. In Europe, I think the biggest challenge is feedstock. The limitation is feedstock. Most of the plants in Europe are grinding corn, but most of them were designed in the past to operate with wheat, barley, rye, and other feedstock. But now the economics show that it's better to grind corn. But we also have one plant in Europe that is they are grinding wheat and extracting gluten. In the same way, steam is produced from natural gas in Europe. Electricity comes from the grid, but there in Europe, we are not facing the growth of the market, the ethanol production. They have E5, they have ethanol E10, but as feedstocks, the limitation, we just see Europe, they are very worried about carbon intensity. They are aiming at this moment less carbon, less steam, less electricity, less water. They need less usage of all the natural resources, and they will win when they have this less carbon intensity. And also our plants in Europe, we have a lot of different size. We are 50% cuttings, 50% of the entire market of ethanol in Europe. You can see here 100 cubic meters per day, but you also can see the biggest European plant that's in Netherlands, 2.2 thousand cubic meters per day. This is the biggest one. Probably this is one of the small one in Turkey. And also at this moment that started 2024, we are assembling one plant of 350 cubic meters per day. We are assembling the biggest plants in Brazil right now, but we are also assembling major plants, 300 cubic meters per day in Europe. So we are not so, people think that in Brazil, people think that we just know how to assemble huge plants, the biggest plants, but no, we can assemble any size that the client needs. I think I'm coming without time. And similar to Brazil, what I know from India, sure, you guys know infinitely more about India than me. And we think this as similar to Brazil. India is a global leader in agriculture. It's the second largest producer of sugar and a major consumer, and also a really major producer of wheat, rice, and corn. Major global player in livestock, like Brazil, similar Brazil. There's a lot of opportunity. As said, 42 million metric tons of corn per year, and India is aiming 86 million tons in 20 years. So we can make a parallel with Brazil. If we have availability of ethanol, cereal-based ethanol in India, we can focus the sugarcane producers in the production of sugar, internal consumption, export. So it's very interesting for India to have cereal-based ethanol in place. As we also see a really increased growth very fast in India, and this rapid growth requires proven technology solution. We need to increase our yields. We need to minimize the consumption of steam, all the utilities in overall. We need a scalable capacity. If you want to increase like we increased in last 10 years, we need to scale capacity, but also we need proven technologies that can bring you with, now we have GMOs, you can increase your yields. Nothing better than increase yields to show how competitive you are. You are competing against sugarcane. You are competing against the oil and gas. You have to increase your yields. You have to be competitive in the market. It's not against of your neighbor, but against sugarcane producers, against the oil and gas market. And also, like Brazil, the steam is produced from biomass. Electricity it's produced in turbines. Same from Brazil. We have these concerns in Brazil. We need to decrease the consumption of the steam. We need to decrease the consumption of electricity every day, because we know that biomass is not forever, is not easy, and the price will becomes high day by day, because we are also increase the capacity of ethanol. And I put in Brazil, this is in Brazil regions. We also have here different regions in India. We have a region where wheat, you have the most availability of wheat. We have a most availability of corn, and also availability of rice. As said, we always suggest, we recommend, if you want to assemble a new plant, look for the place where you have more availability of feedstocks. And this also all the feedstock that we have worked as Katzen. Katzen has 70 years of experience. We have done plants for corn, for wheat, sorghum, barley, rye, cassava, potato, molasses. We have experience. We have worked with this along the 70 years with all of those feedstocks. We have more than 150 projects in over 40 countries. We are in all the continents, in Americas, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa. So we know a little bit about each region. Oh my gosh. And just to finalize, we also produce the really true neutral spirit. Our neutral alcohol that can be used for pharmaceutical, for industry, different usage. We have less than 1 part per million of purity, and it's proven. We have some plants in Europe that are producing most of the beverage in Europe. So I think everyone will buy a really fancy bottle of spirit in Europe, but they don't know that every alcohol comes from one plant in Poland that it's a Katzen design. And this is some some projects, at least 9 projects that we have done in last 5 years. And just one picture about them in US, in Turkey, in Brazil, and Bioagra in Poland. That's the plant I saw. I said most of the vodka that produces it's sold in Europe comes from this plant. Thank you, guys.
We have the floor open for any questions. We have about 15 minutes, so any questions from the audience? Can we have the mic?
Yeah, hi, good morning, Hugos. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Yeah, hi. So I have a small question. So how do you, what are the technologies available with you to address alpha toxin levels or ochratoxin levels or the moisture in corn which is coming to the plant? So is there any technologies available with you?
About the toxin, toxin comes from with the feedstock. We don't have transformation on that. So in this case, we really need to work with the feedstock. We cannot, as ethanol producers, will not make any change on that. And it will goes directly for the DGS. So we need to work in the feedstock.
Okay, so is there anything called as grain dryers which are installed before the silos just to absorb some more moisture which is coming from the field so that we can reduce alpha toxins to some level? Not exactly we can finish it, but at some level we can address that.
Yeah, the right management that we do in the storage will minimize all the impacts on that.
Okay, great. And second question I have, how many people in Brazil and US, they are separating oil from the corn? How many people are doing corn oil separation?
All of them.
All of them?
We don't know. I think only one plant in Brazil is not separating oil. It's a small plant, but it's the corn oil. It's very important for the profitability of the business in Brazil. We do not start plants in Brazil. Clients don't start plants in Brazil without extract oil because it's very important for the profitability.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very good morning to you. Thank you so much. It was very refreshing to see all the data coming from you. If you could throw some light on what is the cost of production in Brazil as compared to what it is in India, because as you rightly pointed out, there's a lot of export happening from Brazil. What is the delta between the export happening from there, and because we aren't able to export as of now? So, and knowing that we'll be over capacity pretty soon, so we will have to look at other pastures. Can you throw some light on the cost of production?
You say cost of ethanol. We don't have, as Kat saying, we don't have these numbers available because we are technology providers. We give, like I said, we give knowledge for them. So we do not act directly in the cost. We give this part of the client. This is a number that we can discuss offline. I know where to find these numbers. We can discuss this.
Thank you.
Can we quickly have a mic? Bharti?
Hello,
the
sir.
mic. Okay.
My name is C.K. Jain. You mentioned that your plant uses 2.69 steam per liter of that, per liter of ethanol. Does it include everything?
It's include everything. It's include the drying as well. Yeah, it's everything.
Drying, corn oil, all those things, everything is there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with oil extraction, with DDGS at 12%, all the consumption entire plant is 2.69.
Do you use MVR technology in that?
Which one?
MVR, multi-wall.
We don't use MVR. We know that MVR is available and it's becoming more. MVR is a technology that has at least 30 years. And when we use MVR, sometimes you have saving in steam, but you increase the power a
Yes,
lot.
yes.
So sometimes the balance make no sense. And also in Brazil, we still have biomass available. We don't have. We have also. It's interesting to export energy. So the balance at this moment in Brazil, for Brazil, make no sense. For Europe, we are applying MVR for our clients because they need to decrease all the consumption, and they don't have the turbines. Turbines that they do not generate power in-house. So they have different balance. So some make sense in Europe. Does not make sense in Brazil at this moment. Does not make sense in US because US the utility in US is cheap, so people does not care about in US. Maybe in India we need to see what is the biomass availability, what is the steam biomass availability in overall to understand the balance and say, hey, it's interesting to apply. It's something that also we discuss with the client during the engineering phase.
Thank you. Can you give me the breakup of 2.69? Like how much goes into dryers, how much goes into liquefactions, how much goes into the distillation, how much goes into the concentration? If you can give me, that will be great.
We have a really integrated system, so we do not have one number for distillation, one number. We have an integrated system for distillation, evaporation, and dehydration. We also are recovering some steam from dryers. We are, for example, the back set does not go directly to liquefaction. They goes first in our DDE, our distillation system. They earn temperature, they earn steam, heat, and go to liquefaction. So we don't have different sectors. We have integrated sectors, and for us it's not so easy to say, hey, this is the really good sector, this is not good sector. And it's very integrated.
Right, sir. What should be the power consumption when you are talking about 2.69?
We have these plants are, I think, is 0.26, 0.28 kilowatt per liter, yeah, 0.26. 0.26, I think we see 0.26, 0.28 in two different with the same size.
Two efficient plants, sir.
Yeah,
I really recommend you that you say, what is the smallest plant you can give in India?
I think
because you have told 2600 KLPD, 1500, smallest plant was 350. You see, we are still struggling with 100, 150, 200. There are some plants which have come 500,000. Another thing I just want to share with you. Here the 2 point people claim, our consultant, our supplier claim 3 tons steam per KLPD, I mean 3 kg, with MVR. With MVR.
Yeah, we are.
And you are saying that it is without MVR is commendable.
Yeah,
Power consumption here is exceeding 300 for 350, whereas you are saying 2.28. It's commendable. Very good. Thank you.
Oh,
So
thank
you
so
just
much.
tell me what you can do for India. That is important for us.
We have plants of 100. Dave, our CEO, he has more than 30 years inside cutting, so he knows more than me.
Yeah, Katzen has, as Ugo mentioned, designed plants of sizes from 100,000 liters per day all the way up to the largest plants that he mentioned in Brazil. It really depends on, and we spend a lot of time talking with our clients about the logistics of the movement of grain and alcohol in their area. That is what is going to determine the profitability of the plant. And while we believe that the market should tend towards more consolidation and a little bit larger plants, I'm not talking about the 1,000 cubic meters per day, I'm talking 300, 500, 600. These could be good sizes for India.
Thank you very much.
The capital?
The capital costs. We have seen we sell knowledge. We don't sell equipment. We don't provide any equipment for the client for the final clients. We have seen this client in Brazil that it's alone they are 50% of the market. They are in assembling a lot of plants. They are I think. Their number is 1 million. It's 1 million reais. It's $200,000 per cubic meter produced per day. This is the number that they are doing there in Brazil, and is different market in Brazil. Equipment is very expensive in Brazil, and service is not so expensive like US. In Brazil, equipment is very expensive. I've assembled one plant in Brazil. Most of the piping came from India. So we see your price here. We see all the shipments, all the Brazilian taxes that's so high, and we have a really hard price in Brazil. In Brazil, everything in Brazil is expensive. So.
Hi.
99.3.
Is it good for making in petrol?
Yeah. This is 99.
Because in India we are taking it 99.7.
99.7 in volume. 99.3 is in weight. When in mass by mass is 99.3. But if we take this rate in volume by volume is 99.7. Is the same.
Okay.
We have the same.
Okay.
Sir, your presentation was brilliant.
Thank you so much.
Slides were very brilliant. I only have two questions. Number one is, what percentage of ethanol produced from corn is 1G and what percentage 1.5G? And the second question is, you produce power by using turbine like we do it in India, but are your boilers based on natural gas, coal, or how much it is from stubble burning?
Every ethanol that we are producing in Brazil right now is 1G. It's not 1.5. We don't have 1.5 at this moment in Brazil. It's not economically feasible at this moment. And the second question, we use wood chip to produce to feed the boiler and produce it power. We don't have the natural gas infrastructure.
But stubble burning?
It's stable. Yeah.
But why not 1.5G? Why it is so? Is it because of enzymes? Is it because of what is the reason? Because in India we are keen on going for 1.5G.
I think we can talk a little bit more about that later, because I'd like to understand a little bit about your definition of 1.5G. Not everybody talks the same language around what is 1.0G, what's 1.5, what's 2. But in general, when you head towards the more complex markets and technologies, of course, the CapEx goes up. For instance, I know if we take strict 2G, which is cellulosic, we are looking at a 4 times CapEx to 1G, and the OpEx is also much higher. So we can understand a little bit more about what your 1.5G is. We can talk a little bit offline.
So 1.5G is nothing but the cellulose which is not actually converted into ethanol by the normal enzymes. Then you feed more enzymes, different enzyme to take that hemicellulose. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, conversion of cellulosic is more capital and more OpEx. So that's why there's a resistance to it. The profitability, unless you have high government incentives, make it difficult. And even with high government incentives, those incentives can change over time. And so that makes the risk higher for investment.
As you said that you are producing like 440 to 446 liters from 1 ton of corn maize. So is this because of the higher percentage of starch in maize or the operational efficiency?
This is operational efficiency. We also have, we are using GMO yeast, and when we are using GMO yeast, and also we are technology providers. We create the best environmental for the biotechnology. And when we use the advanced GMO yeast that we have in the market right now, and some providers that are here today, also they provide this in Brazil. When we use GMO, we are decreasing the glycerol production, so we can, in the final fermentation, you can see less than 0.3% of glycerol. That's with a non-GMO yeast, you cannot see something less than 0.8. So this is the magic.
So what is
I'm so sorry, we will, apologies, we will have to...
It was so good.
What is the starch percentage in
Can I ask
62.
Can I ask just one small question, please?
Go on.
If you allow.
62.
Okay,
I'm
this would
waiting
be the
from a long
last
time.
question.
Yeah,
I'm
very
so
small
sorry.
question, very little detail. I just want to know what is the alcohol percentage in your wash? After fermentation, what is the alcohol percentage in your wash?
Alcohol concentration.
So we design for 13.5%, but we routinely see in Brazil 15.5%.
For corn?
16.5. I saw.
It keeps going up. The biotechnology keeps improving.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
What is the average right now? It's around 15%?
15.5.
15.5%, yes.
Thank you.
We design for the base. We design for a standard, but we can see increasing improvements.
I think, no, not at all. I think we've started the summit on a very, very fruitful note. A presentation followed by so many questions only means that it was firstly an immaculate presentation, and you've totally left everyone curious to know so much more. We can go on, but I'm so sorry, we will have to conclude this session. It's been very, very informative, very, very interactive. Thank you so much for our guest speaker, Mr. Hugo Moraes, along with Mr. CEO. It's been an absolute pleasure listening to both of you this morning. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. We are going to be having a 1-hour lunch, so all your questions, you can also take it at that point of time. Thank you once again. And without any further ado, I will be moving to our next session for the day on the topic Quest for Distillers Corn Oil. I'll take a moment before welcoming our next guest speaker. I would like to introduce her, Ms. Tara Vigil. She is the Vice President and General Manager of Bioprocess Solutions at Trucent Separation Technologies, LLC, a chemical engineering and petroleum refining graduate from Colorado School of Mines. She leads efforts to deliver advanced separation technologies to the ethanol, rendering, and fats and oils industries. With over 20 years of experience, she brings expertise in engineering, project management, business development, and innovation. A very, very warm welcome to you. Can we Welcome her with a huge cheer, everyone.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to GMA for the kind invitation to speak with you today. It's a great honor. Today I'm going to be talking to you about corn oil production, or DCO production. Trucent, in 2008, we developed a corn oil separation system for separating distillers' corn oil for ethanol producers. We call this COS technology, or short for corn oil separation system. And there's about 95 installations in North America. We provide ongoing sales and service, and because of that, we've been able to collect a lot of data from our customers. And we collect this data, and it helps us to improve our design, but also it helps us to work with our customers closely on their efficiencies. Today, in India, we're partnering with Crab and Tower to provide those same services. So what is DCO? DCO stands for distillers corn oil, and it is a product of corn ethanol production. You might be surprised if you've never seen it. It's actually reddish orange in color, not typical like corn oil you might see on the shelf in the grocery store, but it really has the same physical characteristics. And it's a very high quality fat that can be used as an animal feed ingredient. It's not intended for human consumption, however, but it's generally recognized as safe. So what is it used for? We can use North America as an example because it's a very established market. In North America, the uses are renewable diesel, biodiesel, and in the animal feed industry, and then it's also exported to markets for other uses. This is an example composition. Where does it come from? The oil comes from the corn. We can only extract as much oil as we started with. We're not making oil. It comes in with the corn, and this is just an example of a typical corn in the US is about 62% starch. Around 4% of that is fat or oil that we can extract, 15% moisture, and around 19% fiber and protein. So why do we recover it? The reason is, Hugo alluded to that, it's very profitable. It really makes the margins in the plant. It's an extra co-product, and it is actually the most valuable product in an ethanol plant today. It's about twice as much, or it gains about twice as much price as ethanol does itself on a per pound basis. So here's an example of some of those prices. Today, this is today's market. Ethanol goes for about 25 cents. DDGS around 8 cents per pound, while DCO is a little over 50 cents per pound. So really profitable, and it really makes the margin in the plant. What's driving that in the US? What's really driving that is the growth of the sustainable aviation fuel industry, but particularly the renewable diesel industry is really driving the growth because DCO is a very valuable product for that industry. So I'm going to switch gears and talk to you a little bit more about how this is produced in an ethanol facility that produces ethanol from corn. There's a lot of different variables that affect how much oil you can extract. It's not just how much oil is in the corn, but it's how you operate your plant. Hundreds of variables, and over the last 17 years, we've gathered a lot of data that's helped us to understand all of these variables better. So like I said, the corn yield, it can be affected by a lot of things, not just the corn, but what's the viscosity of the feed going to your centrifuge? Things like, what is your feed flow rate? Others like, do you have a hydroheater or not? How much free fatty acids are you creating? Other things like, what is the particle size in your whole stillage? How are you grinding your corn? What is the hold time you have before your system? So many different variables. What are the enzymes you're using? What are the chemistry of the demulsifiers that you're using? All of these things affect how much oil you can extract ultimately. But we can simplify that a little bit today I'm going to talk and focus really on 3 areas. Where we start is at the corn itself. Like I said, we can't make oil in the ethanol plant. We only can take the oil that comes in with the corn. So that defines how much we start with. Well, then we can look at the second place. Where can we lose the most oil first? And that's at the decanters. So the decanters that occur after distillation, where we're decanting the whole stillage into 2 separate streams, the wet cake and the thin stillage. That's the first potential place for loss. And then finally, the next place would be at the extraction itself. What are the efficiencies that you have across your system, and what are you doing there? So where is that in the process? Let me try this here. So, like I said, the corn starts at milling. That's where we define how much oil we have. That's in the corn kernel itself. And then the next place here is after distillation, where your decanters are, where you're separating that whole stillage into those 2 separate streams of wet cake and thin stillage. And then finally, let me go back. The next place is here at our centrifuge, or your corn oil separation system itself. And that's typically after you've concentrated that thin stillage that you separated in the decanters in an evaporator, and that becomes the feed to your corn oil separation system. So we can look to North America as an example of a developed industry that's doing corn oil production. As Ugo mentioned, everybody's doing it. And the reason they're doing it is because it is so profitable and it really makes the margins in a plant. So let's look at the report card. How are we doing? So this is taking into account typical production in North and South America. Industry average for what are the yields that we're seeing across the plant for corn oil production is around 1.9 pounds per bushel of corn. But the leaders are doing better. So that's the average, but there are those who are doing better, doing upwards of 2.1 pounds per bushel. I'm pretty sure the Impasa plant is doing a lot more than that, yes? So the leaders are doing better, and how are they doing it? Because they're paying attention to all of those variables. Particularly also at the decanters. We can look at that second stage that I told you. What happens at the decanters? We're splitting into wet cake and thin stillage. And so at the decanters, we talk about the split. And so if I say the industry average is 60% split, that means 60% is going to thin stillage and 40% goes to the wet cake. The leaders are doing this a little bit differently by adjustments in their decanters and how they operate. They're having a 75% split. And so that means 75% goes to the thin stillage and 25% goes to the wet cake. And then let's look at the third place that I said, where the efficiencies across your machines. So industry average is close to 90%, which is really great. A lot of advances have happened in the last 18 years to get to that point. However, the leaders are still doing better. Some of the leaders are getting 96% and even upwards of that, close to 100. Yes? Yes, Hugo's nodding his head. Some of the leaders are doing 100%. So I want to switch gears today and talk to you a little bit, how do we do this? What is the basis? I'm going to do a little bit of a little class here on separation theory for a moment for you to understand, how does a separator work? Well, I'm going to define a few terms, and then we'll talk about how it works. So when I say feed, that's the mixture of the solids, water, and oil that's fed into the separator, or the stillage that's concentrated in the syrup. That's your feed. The light phase is the liquid that's obtained in a separator that has a density that's lower than your feed, and that's the DCO. So that's what we call the light phase. The heavy phase is the liquid that has a density that's higher than the inlet product. So that's the de-oiled syrup. And then the separation zone is the place in the bowl that determines where the light phase and the heavy phase are separated. And then sediment is the solid particles that are left over. So we can look at it like this. How does separation theory work? It's all based on specific gravity. And what is specific gravity? Specific gravity is just a number, a fluid's number relative to water. So we take specific gravity of water as 1, and then we look at the DCO, or the corn oil. Corn oil has a specific gravity of 0.85 around. So what does that mean? It means that it's 85% as dense as water, so it's lighter, and that's why it floats. And the solids have a average around 1.3, and that means that it's heavier, and that's why it sinks. So basically, if we look at this in a simple way, if I had a big tank, a settling tank, and I put this mixture of solids and water and oil in it, what would happen? The heavier stuff would sink and the lighter stuff would float to the top. And that's really what separation theory is. It just means heavy things sink and light things float. And that's really the basis of how we separate the oil. So if we think about that tank that I just talked about and we turned it on its end and we added some acceleration, what would happen? So basically, inside of this, we use a bowl, and it spins at really high speeds. And this spinning really creates a really strong centrifugal force that's thousands of times greater than just gravity. And then inside of the bowl, we have a disc stack, a series of discs, of conical discs, and they are really the key to the separation efficiency. We divide the liquid into layers of those discs. And that's what drastically reduces the amount of time for the particle to travel and be separated. So what does that look like? That's all culminated into what we call a disc stack separator, or a disc stack centrifuge, it's sometimes called. And it's a machine that really just rapidly speeds up that natural separation process. So instead of just relying on gravity alone, we rely on the centrifugal force of gravity. So an example of how that might feel on your body, centrifugal force is the same thing like when you're turning your car and you feel your body go the way with the car. That's the feeling of the force of gravity. This is another example of military training where they put really strong high G-force on pilots, for example. This is another example of how strong that gravity force is. So let's look at that in action. How does that work inside? First, we put the mixture or the feed into a spinning bowl. And then we add that centrifugal force that flings the dense particles or the solids to the outermost part of the bowl. Then what happens is the less dense liquids, which is the water and the oil, they're forced outwards, but in separate layers that are closer to the center. And then the heavier parts, the heavier liquid, which is the water, will be further out than the lighter liquid, the oil. And the conical discs are what really makes this all work. The solids slide down the underside of the disc to the edge of the bowl, and then the separated liquids travel up and down the channels that are created by those discs, those stacks of discs. And then finally, the separated components leave continuously through the separator out of different outlets. All of this is guided by Stokes' law, which is a mechanical, it's an equation, a complicated equation, but we can break that down into simple variables. And it really just states that the speed at which a particle settles in a fluid is really dependent on the size and density, the viscosity of the liquid, and the force of gravity, or in this case, the much stronger centrifugal force. The disc stack separator manipulates these factors to make it much more rapid separation. This is an example of a corn oil separation system. This is Trusen's system. It's a turnkey system. Like I said, it's in operation in over 95 systems in North and South America, in over 40 ethanol plants. And really, the advantage is the high speed, and that's really what makes this work. Another thing about this particular system, or Trusen's system, is it's optimized for DCO production. It's the only one in the world that is. The disc stacks themselves, the discs are designed specifically for corn oil only. So over the 17 years of Trusen partnering with our customers, we've learned a lot of things, and we've learned a lot about those variables that I showed you and what affects them. So I wanted to talk to you today about our experience and give you some best practices. And really some of those are I'm just going to talk about pre-treatment and setting up the centrifuge for success, process control, and then also data collection and trending. So first, one of the best practices we really need to focus on is particles and viscosity control. And if we look at Stokes' law again, we can see that viscosity is a variable that we can affect. And what affects that when we look at particles and viscosity is grind at the mill. How fine of a grind will affect that, lowering the viscosity and helping you to have a cleaner centrifuge also is part of that viscosity control. Size really does matter in separation. One way to affect that is to put in something like a brush strainer ahead of your centrifuge. It helps aid in the separation because it removes those larger size particles and reduces the viscosity. This is an example. This is Trucent's brush strainer, but there are other designs in the industry. Ours is specifically designed for DCO, and we have many multiple size screens that we use to adapt to the various conditions at everybody's plant. So it's different for every plant. Here's an example of the results after installing this in 3 different plants. You can see that it reduced the viscosity differently at these 3 different plants because they have different feed conditions. And so every plant will have a different result, but putting this in front of your centrifuge allows you to increase your yield by up to 7%. This is another example of that as well. The TruShield that I just talked about, that brush strainer, it's inherent inside of Trucent's design of that modular system that I showed you. But we also have one that's standalone that can go in front of anybody's system. And we've seen really great results with that too. So this is showing that viscosity reduction and then the average increase in oil that those plants saw, which was very significant. Next best practice is dosing. Dosing what, you might ask? So in the production of corn oil, a demulsifier chemical is required in order to inhibit the creation of an emulsion. But it also does some other things too. It also coalesces the droplets, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But some of those best practices that I'll talk about are bench testing regularly so you know how well your demulsifier is working, making sure that you have a good injection point or a place where you're injecting this chemical and getting good mixing, making sure that you have the consistent dosing, making sure that you have a consistent ppm across your feed. And then also ensuring that you have good mixing, that you don't have stratification, and that you have the optimal pH for whatever demulsifier you've chosen. So we can look again at Stokes' law. This again is the governing principles of separation theory to think about demulsifiers too. What we're trying to affect in the variable in the equation now with a demulsifier is the droplet size or the diameter of the droplet. And you can see that it's squared in this equation, which means it has a much bigger impact than the other variables. So that's why your demulsifier is important. And so if we look at under a microscope, here, you see how these droplets look very small? Well, once you add the demulsifier, one of the points that you're trying to do is make those droplets bigger. And so after a demulsifier, you see like over here how that's coalescing into these big droplets. And that makes it much easier for separation. Another part of ensuring that we are working well with our demulsifier is making sure that we're operating at the right temperature and right timing, the amount of time to allow that demulsifier to do its work. And so a lot of plants, we recommend to put in what we call a heat and hold system, which means making sure you get it to the right temperature for the demulsifier that you've purchased. And you can see at a lower temperature, the viscosity is greater in syrup, And so at a higher temperature, you'll reduce the viscosity, which helps in the separation and also aids in the coalescing. Another point, best practice about dosing is to make sure that you have a consistent parts per million dose of that demulsifier and adjusting your dosing to your feed conditions. So a lot of people have feeds that are not consistent. And so how do you maintain a consistent dose is to make sure that you have automation to adjust that dose with the feed. We do have a system that we use for that, which adjusts the feed up and down, or not adjust the feed, adjusts the dosing up and down with the feed automatically. And you may not know that demulsifiers are the same chemicals that are used for emulsifying. So if you overdose, it's really bad because it's not only are you wasting the chemical and spending more money than you need to, but overdosing isn't necessarily a good thing. Not saying I'll get better demulsifying if I just add more. If you add too much, now you'll create an emulsion. So a lot of these emulsifiers are used, think about candy making. The same demulsifiers are used in making candy. Think about your favorite candy bar and the nougat. They use emulsifiers or demulsifiers just at a greater rate to make those candies. And we don't want that. That's very hard to separate. Another best practice is making sure that you have a clean centrifuge and clean piping and a clean system, clean brush strainer. Our system, we have a clean in place system that's automated. I recommend that for all systems. We have a and counter current flow, and it ensures that the whole thing is clean, including the brush strainer and everything inside of the machine, and all of the piping and the decant piping and the light phase piping. Why do you want to do that? Well, remember I talked about those stacks of discs, and the gaps in between them are how the separation occurs. Well, if those gaps are filled with dirt and grime or solids, then you're inhibiting the separation, and that's why CIP-ing your system routinely is important. Another best practice to think about, we call it taking a heavy cut or a dirty cut for yield improvement. So we can use an example of a salad dressing bottle that you might have a familiarity with from the grocery. And in this example, we can think about the same separation that we were thinking about with the tank or the settling tank, but in your salad dressing, it's more visible. We can see that the oil flows to the top, the solids are floating to the bottom, but we have this kind of emulsion layer here of the salad dressing that's in between, and you can see some of those solids are floating in there. Well, those solids are carrying the oil still. Some of that oil is still bound in that solid. If we take a heavier cut, that means we take some of that dirty solids that still have oil with it, so we get more oil and we increase our yield that way. How do we do that? We can adjust the gravity discs to make them move the interface inward, and this pushes the heavy liquid outward, so some of the heavier phase gets pushed into the light phase. And you can only do that if you have a system to be able to handle that. A system like, we call it a true oil concentrator system, but this is really a decantation system. And so it's an automated decant where you're able to take that heavier cut, get some of that dirtier solids, and we settle it out, and then we have a decantation step. This allows you to have cleaner oil, but it also allows you to get that higher yield improvement and also send those solids back around to the front of the system and give another shot at recovering that more oil. Final best practice I wanted to talk to you about is being data-driven. And I really can't emphasize this enough. It's about making sure that you take the samples and do the analysis in all the other parts of the plant that affect the corn oil system, because it's not just the corn itself, and it's not just your efficiency across your centrifuge. You have the ability to affect your yield in other places in the plant, but you're only going to be able to do that if you're sampling and you have the analysis to be able to compare day to day and establish those baselines. So where do you test? First spot would be at the corn flour itself. The next spot would be at the whole stillage that we talked about here. Going to the decanters. Then we want to know the composition of the wet cake and the thin stillage. Also before your heat and hold, or where you're dosing, and then after you're dosing. So, which would be before you have a brush strainer and after the brush strainer. And then after it goes through the system, we want to test the heavy phase, the light phase, the de-oiled syrup, and then the final product after the decantation step. What do you test? So in those spots, what do we want to test? So in order to get that baseline and understand how you can affect the process, at the corn flour and the whole stillage here, and the whole stillage that's coming from the beer stills going to the decanters, we want to know what is the percent oil. At the wet cake, we would like to know what's the percent oil, but also what are the solids, so that you understand what is going with those solids and what is that fat content that's going into the wet cake. Thin stillage, we would want to know similar things. We want to know the oil and the solids content, but we also want to know the composition of those solids, what's suspended and what's dissolved, and that's going to help us understand how to adjust that brush strainer for particle distribution and get rid of those bigger solids. But we will only know how to adjust that if we take the sample. A volumetric spin, I didn't mention that, but that's really a simple way, a visual way. You just take a spin through a lab centrifuge, and you can see is the oil on the top. And you can get a visual of what everything's happening as a more routine test. You know, you take these other tests maybe once or twice a day, but a more routine test, you can just take a quick spin and get a very quick visual. Other places that we'll test, what do we want to test at the syrup after dosing and the syrup after the heat and hold? We want to know a lot of the same things. What is the percent oil? What are the solids? And then what's the composition of those solids? So we know how to adjust our downstream system. At this point, we've added the demulsifier. So, excuse me, at this point, we would want to look under the microscope and be able to see, is our demulsifier working? So we would want to ensure, excuse me, I need some water. We would want to ensure that, thank you, Ramesh. Sorry, it's dry. Thank you. Yeah, so at this point, we want to look under the microscope and see, is our demulsifier working? And we would want to know, and we could know that by the size of the droplets. Are they coalescing together or not? And then we'd also take a syrup after that viscosity reduction. We would want to know what is the viscosity and what is the pH, because there will be an optimal pH for whatever demulsifier you're using, and so you want to make sure that you're within the range. Finally, the heavy phase, we would want to know, we could look under the microscope again. So the heavy phase is what is not the DCO. It's everything. It's what's going to the de-oiled syrup. So you don't want any oil there. So we would want to know a volumetric spin is a quick visual. Is there oil layer at the top? That would mean you need to make some adjustments because you don't want any oil in that heavy phase. And we could look under a microscope too to see are there any droplets of oil. Then we would, of course, want to test the light phase. We would look a volumetric spin there. But the finished DCO is where we would really want to know what is the solids, what is the moisture, and we can do another volumetric spin. And then refined DCO, that's a whole nother topic I could talk to you about later. But I didn't really go into that. That's something that you could do further after making DCO to make it more applicable for renewable diesel, in particular by removing metals and free fatty acids, but that's a completely different process, and so you would require different tests there too. So really, in summary, about the best practices, particularly this one, it's really important to take the data. You can't make any adjustments if you don't know what's happening in your plant. And so we really highly recommend that you do these analysis before and establish that baseline so that you'll be able to make those adjustments and achieve the highest yields. And that is my summary, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and I hope you learned something, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
We're open for questions.
What kind of demulsifier? Is it anionic, non-ionic, cationic? And generally the food grade demulsifiers, they are produced from corn oil itself. So how do you actually choose which is the right one? It's a very tedious, too much bottle testing, and so.
Yeah, so there are a lot of varieties of demulsifiers out there. At its simplest form of a demulsifier, it would be, most all of them are polysorbate 80 based, meaning that's the base chemical in that, and then there's a lot of things that are added to make it more beneficial for this case.
Actually,
silicon is added.
No, some of them are not food grade, but the polysorbate 80 is a pharma grade. And the biggest problem with polysorbate 80 is that it's a very high tendency of emulsifying rather than demulsifying.
Sure.
Unless you add the sorbitol.
Yeah. So the experience in the United States, however, is that the basis for nearly all of the demulsifiers that are used in corn oil production is polysorbate 80. And then other chemicals are added and other additives are added. I'd say most of the most successful demulsifiers have silicon as part of their composition. And that's our experience.
Good morning. Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So the U.S. went through a phase where the DDGS prices went down when a lot of corn extraction, oil extraction was going on. So can you just tell us about like how much rates went down, like in terms of in the DDGS? And the next question is, I saw in one plant where they're doing germ separation and doing oil extraction right at the beginning, and doing germ separation before milling. And so is that the right approach?
Understood.
Excuse me, I would like to add to his question. I would be more interested in the economic numbers of separating the oil. How much weight we lose in DDGS and how much price we lose in DDGS.
Sure.
So how economic sense it makes for us to separate the corn oil.
Right. So I can't answer what the economics will be in India, but because it's just starting, right? And so you're going to be in the initial phases here. In the North American market, there was an initial drop in pricing of DDGS, but it has recovered, and the DDGS prices are what they were, if not more, than fat without fat. Not all of the fat is removed, so it's considered a lower fat DDGS because of what I showed you before, that split that occurs at the decanters. So, an average plant would have 40% of the oil still going into the whole stillage, into the wet cake, which goes to the dryers and becomes the DDGS, and that gets concentrated more. And so typically we'd see maybe 6, 7, 8% fat in the DDGS in the US. And the market adjusted. The market adjusted. It's such a high protein, high value product that the same pricing that you would get for the higher fat is the same as the low fat. And the economics of the DCO itself are so incredible that the market, the ethanol producers are demanding those prices, and the farmer or the feed industry recognizes the DDGS as such a valuable product too for its protein content that they're willing to pay. And so I think initially maybe you'll go through that same market experience, but the value is still there. The value is still there. I'm sorry.
The second question was, some people are doing germ separation and extracting oil initially itself. So can we do that as well?
Sure. There are people who are doing that. A lot of that is happening in wet mills in the U.S., doing it upstream and getting the oil there, and then it can be food grade. It requires typically more capital to do it at that point in the process. Our systems are, I would say, not even just our systems, the majority of systems in the United States, probably over 95%, are at the after the decanters, after the concentration of stillage.
Hello.
Yes.
Ms. Tara, I want to know one thing. Indian corn has 3 to 4% oil. How much you can extract on base of corn? 1 ton corn has 3 to 4%, 3.5% we, 3.5% we take average. How much we can extract out of your things?
Sure. So typically, it depends on all of those factors that I shared with you, and so a lot of that has to do with the plant themselves and how they are operating the plants and all of those variables. But I would say on average, like I showed, it's 60% of what you start with. So 60% of that, 4%.
60% what is in corn, right? 2.4, that means 2.4.
So if the fat were
if the corn has 4%, then
Correct.
you are saying that 2.4 will be extracted.
Correct.
Are you right?
Yes.
Okay, very good area. Because we are being offered here 1.3. You are saying 2.6. What we are being offered, the recovery is 1.3 out of 4%.
Sure.
So there is a really a good thing to see that these machines. Second thing, here everyone is selling the horizontal machines. They are saying decanter. Yours is vertical machine.
Vertical, yes.
With the disc operating over there. It's just like starch separators and other separators. So what do you feel that these are less, there is a less maintenance in your machine as compared to them, or is there more maintenance in your machine? Runnability of time will be another essence for us.
Sure, sure. I think that, again, depends. But the horizontal machines, there's pros and cons to both. Horizontal machines have sometimes they're a little bit more robust in terms of accepting high solids or mistakes and able to accept a little bit more challenge. However, they're less efficient, a lot less efficient than a disc stack centrifuge, and so proper maintenance and proper operation, you're going to get more yield. And the price of distillers corn oil, at least in North America, really drives the efficiency. And so the maintenance overall, it's different, I would say. I wouldn't say it's more or less, it's just different because of the differences in the design.
I think there will be less maintenance in your machine, isn't it?
It's different maintenance. So our machine requires annual maintenance plus routine preventative maintenance quarterly, but it's very small maintenance and it's very quick. It takes less than half a day to do it. We have service technicians that do that for our customers, and we are establishing a service group here with Crab and Tower to do that in India. The maintenance on a horizontal is different. annual typically, but it's more capital intensive. So it depends on how you look at it. It's just different.
How you feel India is going to be your market in future?
For me?
Yeah, for you.
For TrueStint?
Yes.
We are hopeful. We see India as really the next frontier for corn ethanol, and it's been so refreshing to be here today and be invited and to see what great strides you've already made here to achieve the blend rates that you have in such a short amount of time. And we hope to be a resource to you. That is our hope.
So you set up the office, you set up your service center here, then you
Yes.
will definitely get the breakthrough within the Indian ethanol industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Tara. You mentioned at some point in your presentation that a finer grind is essential to increase your yields. In how many plants or installations in the US do you see a secondary grind as part of DCO?
More and more plants are doing a secondary grind between liquefaction and mashing. That's very popular and very effective for yield increases in not only oil but ethanol as well. I think Katzen could probably answer some of those questions for you as well about the secondary grinds, and I know their plants have that in them, and it is effective. But for oil production, that's helpful, and the secondary grind actually releases more oil, some of the bound oil that's in those solids, but it also creates that finer grind so you don't have those large particles going into the separator. It just helps everything. The brush strainer, a finer grind is better.
Any more questions from the audience? All right. I think we'll conclude the session with this. And I think we've continued with more engaging discussions and more interesting questions and thoughts which have come up post your presentation. So, Ms. Tara, I extend our gratitude to you and your team member for joining us. Thank you so very much. Please let's give them a hand. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, our guest speaker, unfortunately, Dr. Shuze is under the weather. He is unwell, so he will not be able to deliver his presentation today. Thank you so much. So we will now be breaking for lunch for an hour. I request everyone to please be back in the hall and be seated. It's about 1:05. We can break it till about 2:15. All right. We will see you back in the hall at 2:15. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I think we can all start getting seated. Volunteers, can I request you to usher all our guests back into the hall? We'll be starting in a few minutes, so I request everyone to please be seated. It's been a wonderful morning with the first half of the day. I would like to thank Mr. Hugo and Ms. Tara, along with their respective team members, for their incredible presentations. We have 3 more wonderful sessions coming up. I'll just wait for another minute, and our next speaker is absolutely ready to take on the stage. It's all right, Ms. Tara, don't worry. We're still settling in. You're not late, don't worry. I know we generally feel the post-lunch slump, but I know we have a fantastic audience and a wonderful gathering who are going to be equally inquisitive with lots of questions, followed by all our upcoming sessions. Our next session is on the topic biotechnology to drive process efficiencies and co-product valorization for grain ethanol plants. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will get started now. Welcome back, and I sincerely hope you all enjoyed a scrumptious meal. As I said, our next session is on the topic biotechnology to drive process efficiencies and co-product valorization for grain ethanol plants. And please allow me to introduce to you our next speaker, Dr. Ben Fuchs. He's here with us. Let's give him a huge round of applause as he joins us on stage along with his team. I would also request his team to be present on the stage with us. Dr. Ben is the Strategic Portfolio Director for Grain Processing at IFF, with over 20 years of experience in industrial biotechnology and process development. He holds a PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Karlsruhe. Is that pronounced correctly? Thank you. And an MBA from Drexel University. He joined DuPont in 2004 as an expert solid liquid separation and particle technology, and led many technologies and process development. Later, he had KRL, the Butamax biobutanol facility, as general and technical manager. A very, very warm welcome to you and to your team. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for the next session led by Dr. Ben Fuchs.
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch, and thank you very much for the kind introduction. I would also like to introduce the IFF team here on the stage. First, Ritu Bala. She's the Regional Application Development Leader here in the region. And we have Arun Kumar as the Sales Leader for the region. We made a deal. I present, they answer your questions. Before I get into the topic of biotechnology to drive process efficiencies and co-product valorization in grain ethanol plants, which I think is a very timely topic considering the speeches yesterday, the speeches today. A lot of it is about process efficiencies. A lot of it is about co-product valorization. I did want to thank Jima for organizing an amazing event, connecting the industry, but also globally, and pulling in the right stakeholders so that we can have meaningful conversations which hopefully help drive the industry forward. It's also a privilege to be here and have a slot to present, which really gave me the opportunity for the last week to travel the country, visit with customers and also partners. And while I understand there are challenges in the industry, I think it's an amazing and exciting time with genetically modified yeast being trialed, with corn oil recovery technologies being implemented. I think there will be a lot of growth, and hopefully we can bring global learnings into the industry. I have 4 parts to the presentation. First, a brief introduction about IFF and the business. Keep that very short. I thought I'd give a little bit of an overview of corn ethanol in the US, which is really a story of continued innovation and optimization. We have seen some metrics related to this already. Then move on to biotechnology in ethanol production, specifically the role and power of enzymes and yeast for fermentation, for corn oil recovery, for co-product value increase. And then I close with a summary. Couple of words around IFF and our business. Our purpose is really making joy through heart, creativity, and most importantly, science. We have R&D facilities across the globe. We're reinvesting a lot of our revenue back into R&D, and we have local application development centers all across the globe to make sure that we're very close to our customers and bring the latest technology, which is fit for purpose, into the region. Our commitment is to do more good and making a difference for people and planet. Under this tagline, you see a lot of different categories. I want to just focus on the sustainable solutions. So really focusing on innovations that transform industries and empower our customers to reach their sustainability goals. And I don't know that any industry but the biofuels industry is representing this better. So I'm very proud to work in that industry and drive sustainability goals forward. Some people in the audience maybe might have thought in the past, what is IFF? Who is IFF? I will not go through all the details, but I think the key point is if you hear IFF, it is synonymous with DuPont Biotechnology, with Danisco, with Genencor. So those technologies over time have come together and are now residing in IFF. There are a lot of milestones here, but just a couple to highlight that we have been pioneers in the industrial biotech space. Genencor was formed about 43 years ago. Shortly thereafter, the first patent for protein engineering enzymes, and shortly thereafter, launching protein-engineered enzymes at large and economical scale. And throughout the timeline, you see a little bit more how those companies came together. But again, if you hear IFF, think about DuPont Biotechnology, think about Genencor. Now, within that company, we have a business called grain processing, which we are representing here. And what we do is really help our customers efficiently and sustainably turn renewable raw materials into solutions which matter. And we do this through enzymes, but also through yeast. And depending on the region, maybe depending on the time of year, different feedstocks are relevant. Not all inclusive, but certainly barley, wheat, cassava, rice. You all have mastered the rice ethanol. And also corn, which is growing here in India. But beyond just thinking about grain processing, think of us as a company and somebody who has a toolbox which can be applied across the agricultural supply chain. We have a large enzyme portfolio which helps us to degrade or modify the components in the agricultural feedstock. This could be starch, protein, sugars, fiber, and so on. We combine this with a broad level of and deep know-how around the substrates, around the end product features, may it be in animal nutrition, pet food, food and beverages, and also processing knowledge, agricultural processing, fermentation processes, of course. We produce our own materials through fermentation, but also support customers, and food ingredient production. And then you combine this with an innovation machine, which is not only focused on the solution development through application development and the supporting R&D, but also tries to combine it with process technology. And when you think about optimization of certain things, including corn oil recovery, I think the joint approach of biotech and process, plus some others, as I will also show, play a significant role. And then we get to the commercialization. You can do a lot in small scale. Ultimately, you need to bring it to large scale. Different capabilities and functions needed to do this. And just one more word around the end product features. I mentioned that grain processing is one business in IFF. We have food biosciences and animal health and nutrition as well, which have access to customers, access to knowledge, which is relevant also for the ethanol industry, where you can produce feed products as byproducts, and who knows in the future, certainly in the US, some facilities also food. Our innovation approach here for enzymes is, let's say, twofold. We obviously try to start with the customer need. That's why we have representation in all the meaningful regions to stay close to the customer. We bring those needs back into the innovation machinery and try to identify if we have something which can serve that need or meet that challenge through a data-driven approach. And if we have something, then we go the bottom path here. We're working on with existing enzymes, existing molecules, and maybe we blend them so they meet your specific targets, your specific needs of your facility in your location. We then go through application development, scale up, work closely with our customers, and also support the ongoing optimization. Now, if we don't have a ready-made solution, we go through the top path, which is really the R&D path. We focus on discovery of new enzymes. Hopefully, we find something in nature we can use. Very often, it's just not good enough, where we then start with protein engineering to make the enzyme better until we have a molecule which meets the needs of the customer. But that is really only half of the story. The other half of the story is really to increase the scale of this and produce the enzymes at commercial scale. So let me now go into a little bit of information from the corn ethanol industry in the US. And again, it's all about a story of innovation and pushing the limits. And you have seen some of those metrics before. So on the left-hand side, you see the historical denatured ethanol yield over time, where you see a continuous increase. Sometimes you see a little bit of a dip depending on economic conditions, how the plants need to run. If I was plotting not the average, but the top performers, you would have seen a continuous increase. That number would say you're at about 92% of what's theoretical possible in those plants when it comes to ethanol yield. The other important metric, and we have seen this, is the historic distillers' corn oil yield, where you also see the same trend, increasing yields over the years with learning more about corn oil, with new technologies coming online. And we're now here as an average at about 55% of theoretical yield. That is the average. They're high performers, as we have seen earlier. They're low performers. Also, what I want to say is that these numbers come from an internal benchmarking study we do in the United States. So I think one takeaway is 92% of what's theoretical possible on ethanol, 55% rough numbers, what's theoretically possible for corn oil. So a lot to do on corn oil and a big opportunity. And I think it was good that it was already discussed how corn oil might impact DDGS price or doesn't. And I think the US industry has become a lot more relaxed about this because of the value of corn oil. So I referred to a benchmarking study, which we do every year with our customers in the US, to just give you a flavor. This benchmarking study is going on for 10 years already. We have been working throughout that with about 127 plants where we get data from, 51 metrics we're focusing on. They change over the years, and 90 analysis we do with that data. And it's a really powerful study because we understand where the industry is going. We bring some of this information back to drive innovation, but in a confidential manner, we can also tell our customers how they're performing. How do they perform on yield? How do they perform on corn oil yield? How do they perform on energy? How do they perform on spend? And does your spend correlate with actually performance? And that would be spend on, let's say, the biotechnology. So a very powerful study for us. I give you a couple snapshots of that study. What you see here is the ethanol yield and notable correlations. And I just highlight one, which is the glycerol. So as you see here, again, this is from multiple plants across the US. As glycerol increases, ethanol yield decreases. It's common sense, right? It's carbon, which needs to go one way or the other. The question maybe is more how, if I'm at high glycerol, how can I get to low glycerol? If you have the flexibility, choice of yeast can be one way, or fermentation optimization can be another one to change a little bit the environment and maybe have less stress on the yeast. Another correlation here is more for corn oil, and what you see is basically the average corn oil recovery for plants which are not using cellulosic enzymes and plants which are using fiber loosening enzymes. And you see clear improvement, probably about 10–12% between those plants. What is also interesting for us and can be leveraged in a way, or at least then can help predict where the industry might go, is really how is technology adopted by those customers. And one example I want to show here is the adoption rate of thermostable protease enzymes in the ethanol industry in the US. Thermostable proteases are used to basically generate nutrients for the yeast in fermentation. They can reduce the urea requirement, for example. I think yesterday we heard about urea contamination, I guess, in DDGS. So you can reduce urea, maybe drive it to elimination. But you can also improve corn oil, and I'll get into this in a little bit more detail. But what you see is that over maybe 5 years, the industry went from 60% adoption to 90% adoption of thermostable proteases. So if I just summarize the US corn ethanol production in a couple key themes maybe. The first one is that continued drive to higher ethanol and corn oil yield will remain. New technologies are emerging to support this drive. I think you see the same with corn oil. So what we see in the US as a couple example is corn oil, the machines, centrifuges, which are used for corn oil recovery, and where the corn oil is recovered in the ethanol process is changing, and there are multiple options. One thing I would say, if you combine process with enzymes, the enzymes we add to the system in fermentation, so upstream of corn oil recovery, are agnostic to whatever separation technology you use. If we achieve more free oil, I'm sure the separation companies will be able to recover it. But what we also see in the US is basically fractionation technologies, fiber removal up front before fermentation, fiber downstream. Whenever you remove something, there is the chance you remove more than you want. Fiber goes out with a little bit of starch, with a little bit of fat. That's again where our toolbox, where we can separate those different components in agricultural feedstock, can play a substantial role. And I think I saw a similar chart a couple times maybe already today. The last thing is really a holistic approach required to maximize the value for ethanol producers. And how I describe it here, it was a little bit different earlier, is biotechnology, process, and chemistry. I guess if you take corn oil, it's enzymes, separation technology, and de-emulsifier. And I think the power of working closely together is to really get the last little bit of ethanol / corn oil out of the process. And biotechnology certainly plays a significant role. So let me now switch gears to biotechnology in ethanol production. A couple themes here. It's all about the role of enzymes and yeast. First, a little bit of background around enzymes. I promise I will keep it short because I think many of you know it. Then go into more detail for two main enzyme categories: starch-degrading enzymes and fiber-loosening enzymes. Then I will give you an overview of some other auxiliary enzymes, which are heavily used in North America or the US already and in other places, and probably will gain importance here over time. Then a couple slides on yeast, but we will have a longer yeast talk later. And then I will close with a summary after that. So here is a high-level flow sheet of a typical ethanol process, which you are obviously all familiar with: liquefaction and simultaneous saccharification and fermentation. To just highlight where enzymes are mainly used today in the process. Everybody is familiar with alpha amylases and glucoamylases used in liquefaction and SSF. You can't really run your process without your enzymes. So these are processing aids which are required to make the process work. But then there are other enzymes, auxiliary enzymes, proteases, phytases, and cellulases, and I want to introduce them a little bit more to you today. And then obviously you have the yeast in fermentation. So a little bit of background around enzymes, and again, many of you or all of you are familiar with this, but enzymes are proteins made from amino acids. They're produced from living organisms, but they're not living, and they're biocatalysts to speed up reactions. They're used to overcome an activation energy. But why do you use enzyme? They're highly specific to a very specific reaction, and the reaction can take place under mild conditions, which can be beneficial. When you think about protein can denature, milder conditions beneficial. They have very high reaction rates and they don't change or they are not consumed over the reaction. The schematic here is very simple, right? You have the enzyme in dark blue. It is a dynamic and flexible structure. The substrate docks in, the enzyme maybe adapts a little bit to the structure. The enzyme does its magic, which is catalyzing the reaction, and it basically pushes the products back into the substrate. Sounds very simple, but when you think about the use of enzymes, there are a couple considerations. There's certainly the reaction time you're trying to pursue. Maybe you have a limitation in your process you need to meet. Activators, inhibitors, substrate concentration to consider, and the enzyme activity and dosage, so you understand how much do you need to add to basically get to a desired outcome. But two I want to highlight a little bit more because they also play a big role obviously in fermentation and in ethanol production is pH. What you see on the top graph here is the relative activity of an enzyme. In this example, the enzyme has the maximum activity at a pH of maybe 5.5. And if you go right or left to this, you lose activity until the enzyme is not active at all. The same thing is true for temperature. In this case, that enzyme has the maximum activity at about 50 degrees C. And you go right or left from this temperature, you lose activity until the enzyme is dead. There's also another temperature aspect to consider, which is temperature stability. So if the enzyme is exposed to temperature in the reaction, does it lose activity? What you see here is that at 40 degrees C, it barely loses any activity over 300 minutes, but at 50 degrees, it loses some activity. All of those aspects need to be considered when you think about using an enzyme in your process. So let's now go a little bit into different enzyme classes, starting with starch-degrading enzymes. You see a picture of a starch molecule or illustration of a starch molecule. Let's start with alpha amylases added to liquefaction. You can break down the starch into smaller molecules, dextrins. There are debranching GAs and polyanases, which preferably break the molecule at the branching point. And then obviously you have glucoamylase, which makes glucose, which then can be fermented and consumed in fermentation. There are also fungal amylases and beta amylases, which can get to a 2-glucose molecule maltose. One thing, though, to mention is I highlighted some of the individual enzymes, but very often in the industry, when we say glucoamylase, add glucoamylase to SSF, very often that is a blend of different enzymes, which includes fungal alpha amylase and maybe some auxiliary enzymes. So it's more than just glucoamylase. Highlighting some of our developments over the years for one of the starch-degrading enzymes, which is alpha amylase. You see a multi-generational development. Spezyme Pro here on the market, HN and other alpha amylases coming into the market. But really it was all about focusing on the need of the industry, which was viscosity reduction in liquefaction, maybe allowing you to go to higher solids, starch solubilization to help the ethanol yield, thermostability to be a little bit more robust, and also lower pH and lower ions over time. And that development will continue for us, and we put significant resources into the multi-generational development of these types of enzymes and others. But even if you have a lot of really good starch-degrading enzymes, there is always a little bit of starch left. So here is the starch composition in several DDGS samples, just from a literature resource. The point really is that some starch cannot be hydrolyzed during liquefaction, and some starch is bound to fiber, inaccessible to starch-degrading enzymes. So then the question is really how to get to some of this, and one way of getting to some of this is to work with enzymes to loosen the corn fiber structure. Corn fiber is a combination of cellulose, hemicellulose, a little bit of lignin. And if you go a little bit into more detail, then you see on the cellulose side, you have glucose molecules which are connected, and you need certain enzymes to basically break that structure up. On the arabinosilane, you have arabinose and other molecules, xylose connected, which you have to break up with a different set of enzymes. And earlier, I think there was a reference to Gen 1.5, and I agree. When you think about Gen 1.5, you really have to be clear about the definition. But one question could be, how do you get to those glucose molecules in the regular 1G ethanol process? So then, what benefits do these enzymes which loosen corn fiber really bring? They can bring multiple benefits. The first one, increase in ethanol yield. You get to the starch. Maybe you get to the cellulose, maybe you get to Gen 1.5, but it can help to get to the starch. You can get to the corn oil, and you can improve the mechanical dewatering and reduce viscosity, and I will highlight a couple of them. First one is corn oil. So the path to increase corn oil, this is mainly from a biotechnology perspective, is to understand where the corn oil sits, which is packaged in tight little spherical droplets called oleosomes, protected by a protein structure and layer. That's where proteases come into place to free up that corn oil. And the oleosomes are small droplets, very difficult to separate until you maybe join them together. But they're also embedded in a cellulose, hemicellulose structure. That's where the fiber loosening enzymes come into play. You all know this by now, right? A bottle which you centrifuge in the lab, there are different fractions of oil. There is the free oil at the top, easy to recover with a centrifuge. There is the oil associated with the suspended solids. Well, they're with suspended solids, so you probably have to disassociate them if you wanted to access it. There's unrecoverable oil in the aqueous phase in the emulsion. Maybe you can break the emulsion to get to the oil. And there is oil which is in the cake, which is basically lost in the whole stillage centrifuge. And we saw a similar diagram earlier. When you then think about what matters, how do you get the corn oil out? We certainly did a lot of fundamental studies to figure out what impacts corn oil, and these are just a couple of them. Density differences we talked today about. Droplet size matters in centrifugation, Stokes' law, as you heard. Surfactants, emulsifiers, concentrations, which keep them in emulsion. External forces and temperature. And what I want to mention here is that very often we focus on the temperature, on some of the external forces in the moment, but what also can matter is the history the corn oil, for example, saw throughout the process. Viscosity, salts, and electrolytes are a couple of the other examples. So many factors, probably more than I showed here, and understanding them, fundamentally studying them, helps us optimize the process, but also helps us optimize the research, which actually goes into enzymes. And here you see an example where we went with a corn oil yield of a baseline and introduced our generation 1, which is commercially available enzyme, increased significantly the corn oil yield, and then we're pre-commercially trialing in the US another enzyme which gets you to about 30% above baseline. These are large-scale tests. But also exciting to us, a little bit of a scientist from history, is that we are also working on a third generation. And you see the baseline here, and you see the improvement in corn oil is the length of the bar, basically. Every single bar is an enzyme, and every color is an enzyme class. So maybe in the future, we're not only talking about proteases, cellulases, silonases. So let me then quickly switch to the dewatering benefits you can get. When you use these fiber loosening enzymes, you can reduce the mass of the cake which comes out of the whole stillage centrifuge, or the water which comes out of the whole stillage centrifuge. And the result of this obviously is you push more into thin stillage. So this is how you can impact the dewatering, the mechanical dewatering. But then you probably ask yourself, well, I understand what it does to mechanical dewatering, but what does it to the overall plant? So we have significantly invested in digital resources, and for the US, where it made a lot of sense, have predictive models for the entire ethanol plant. And we're using those models with the input of what we want to know. So we solubilize fiber to increase the centrate dissolved solids. We then have a centrifuge which performs better. We put this into our model. We see exactly how the process, the mass balance changes in the process, and also what impact it has on energy. In this case, 77% reduction in natural gas. That's a metric for the US, right? You use other energy sources, but it gives you directionally what these tools can do to really see the impact holistically. Then we can also impact viscosity. What happened here is that we used enzymes which allowed us to increase the solids in the evaporator and the syrup by 5% without impacting the viscosity, which can be big for a plant. The same thing we did here. We used our model to basically understand what that does for the plant. Again, cellulases to reduce viscosity, increase in syrup solids from 32 to 35% in the evaporator. We held the corn feed constant. You see all the impact it has directionally on the individual unit operations, and ultimately a 1.5% natural gas reduction. Earlier it was also mentioned that we do a business in Europe as well. Energy costs significantly higher in Europe. And what we can also do then is translate all of this into a difference in carbon intensity score. On top of these two enzyme classes, starch degrading, fiber loosening, you see other auxiliary enzymes. We have phytases, which hydrolyze phytic acid, which is a strong chelator. And when you use it in dry grind in corn ethanol plants, you can basically enhance the pH in liquefaction and the stability of your alpha amylases. Accordingly, we have blends of those two enzymes. We can maximize the level of free phosphate in the residual DDGS, which can be beneficial, and reduce fouling throughout the process, for example, evaporator train. Proteases, they hydrolyze protein matrices in the corn kernel that bind the various fractions. I mentioned a lot of this already, so you can get to the hard to hydrolyze starch, you can free up corn oil, and you can increase the levels of nutrients the yeast needs to perform in fermentation and potentially reduce your chemical consumption, urea, for example. And similar to, so that was about enzymes. Now switching gears, just a couple slides about yeast, but we will hear a lot more about yeast in the next presentation. What is yeast, right? It is a Saccharomyces cerevisiae, most commonly used species of yeast for commercial fuel ethanol production. It is a very strong fermenter, can go up to very high concentrations of ethanol and just produces when there is sugar available. It is fairly robust already. It's in its non-genetically modified form, and it has some simple nutrient requirements. Over many years, we obviously have focused on also genetically modified yeast in IFF. You see here kind of the journey of multi-generational genetically modified yeasts we have developed. And we have developed them with multiple tools, which are important. For example, breeding of the yeast. For example, genetic pathways, which are internalized into the yeast to basically make more ethanol out of every little glucose the yeast consumes. Sunarshat Jade is in the country. We're trialing soon, so a very exciting time to see genetically modified yeast for the plants who can use it really penetrate the market. And hopefully we see a quick adoption, because ultimately the benefits are real. Climbing this journey basically enabled us to increase the yield by 4.5% over non-genetically modified yeast at the time. Now, similar to enzymes and the holistic process model, yeast is not a standalone biotechnology tool. You need enzymes to make the yeast work. So how can you basically use tools and digital tools to predict what is the best combination for customers? So what we have done here with the information we generate in pilot scale fermentations, we have developed the technical information and the kinetics and equations which go into mathematical models, which then help us how our yeast with our enzyme combination behaves in your plant in the US. Here you see an example of our tools, just some screenshots, but now you have these mathematical models or digital twins or kind of sophisticated video games, and they can answer real-world questions. So which yeast, which enzyme combination should you use in your plant? And this is all housed under our AI digital platform. And what you see on the right-hand side in the lines are the model predictions versus commercial data points. So very predictable or predictive, and it can help us to accelerate trial planning, to accelerate optimization at the plant, but it also helps us feed back your conditions into our innovation cycles. And with that, I will close with one more slide just in time, and that is the summary. Our continued commitment to the ethanol industry in India. First of all, we provide the right biotechnology which is tailored to the specific needs of the region and customers. We have a big innovation pipeline, we have a big product portfolio, we have a systematic approach to basically bring that portfolio to where it makes sense. We leverage the extensive learnings from the US to the growing market. You have seen our benchmarking study and obviously many people out in the field. We work very closely with our customers and partners to understand the specific circumstances to ensure maximum chance of success. And I think on the corn oil presentation earlier, you have seen some methodologies. We also work very close with the customer to really understand where the corn oil is going before we bring in enzymes to see if we can direct the corn oil into the right direction first and then free it up when it matters most before its separation. We provide technical service in the field to ensure that these maybe benefits you see from a first implementation of biotech will continue and are sustainable. And we're committed to innovation to further increase the value generated from each kernel of corn. And what matters here too is the entire co-product valorization, where a lot of efforts are going on in the US, and you are already talking about it, and with corn oil you have the first generation of it. With that, I thank you very much for your attention and hope you were able to take something away from the presentation.
We're open for questions. Oh, there. Mike.
Hello, Dr. Wen. Good evening. Please tell me one thing. There is a confusion when we process maize, whether jet cooking is essential or it can be done without jet cooking, liquefaction.
Yes, I would say that in the US, we see more jet cooking than non-jet cooking, and it can aid in solubilization and breaking up the structure.
No, you mean out of the both, what is good for maize?
Of the both?
Yes.
Of the both, what?
Jet cooking at 108 or so, or a 190-95 degree liquefaction.
For release, jet cooking is better.
For release, yeah. Because there had been a debate going on whether jet cooking was done outdated in our industry in India. And everybody was going for low temperature liquefaction. Even the enzyme people were also supplying that, no, you go for that. But that is not a good idea, in fact. It should always be jet cooking first, so that pop-up is there. So you do most of them is jet cooking?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, even in the Indian plants, we have seen that the shear generally helps. But having said that, a lot of our customers use mix, right? So when you have a lot of rice there, then I would say that you can optimize your method, the liquefaction, to even bypass it. And of course, there's some amount of enzyme optimization required. But for 100% corn, their jet cooking definitely helps.
And when we mix rice and maize and process together, then 90 low temperature liquefaction is okay?
Again, depends on the mix, right? So if it is more heavy towards rice, then yeah, slightly lower temperature can help. But then if it is more towards the corn, then I would say higher temperatures. And we have now enzymes that can actually do wonders at the higher temperature. Because earlier there was always this, stability issue. But yeah, Ben just talked about the phytases. They really help improve the stability of the enzyme. So you can go to 95 and without really impacting the enzyme.
No, tell me one more thing. If I have a rice mix more than maize, then the jet cooking will help or not?
Then you can bypass jet cooking, yeah. Because rice is
it
an
doesn't
easier
help.
starch.
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
About 20, 25 years ago, India did not manufacture cars, okay? The first time Maruti came and then we started manufacturing cars. Today, we are the largest supplier of auxiliaries of car all over the world. In the case of enzymes, the complete Indian industry is dependent on imports. Companies like yours, are you not thinking of setting up? Everything is today make in India, make in India. We are manufacturing, even talking of F-16 manufactured in India. Why the enzymes we are not able to manufacture? This is one thing. And the second question is, In the introduction of yours, it was mentioned biobutanol. So please teach us how to manufacture biobutanol, because about ethanol, everybody is expert here. So if you can bring something like this, I think it will be a good service to the society and to this country. I shall be grateful if you can share your thoughts on these 2 points.
Sure, maybe I'll take the manufacturing question first. Yeah. So, you know, as you all saw that the ethanol industry has just recently started to, you know, really expand so much that the entire volumes can be taken. Because these, you know, manufacturing in India means you will generate a lot of enzyme. And of course, always the question was, can we even consume here? Now that's, you know, not a, you know, worry. So we are looking at, you know, one of that option, and you know, hopefully soon come up.
Madam, actually enzyme is not only used in ethanol. Ethanol manufacturing is only a fraction of it.
Yes.
But real amount of enzymes used in across the board in different industries. There are fellows sitting here, pick up 1 or 2 from this. Maybe our company or maybe any other company which you like. Let us start manufacturing here in India and teach us what should we do so that India becomes the manufacturer of enzymes. Yeah. And you earn from your technology whatever fee you have, and please make enzymes manufacturing in India.
Okay, biobutanol. So there are actually a couple people on the stage who spend part of their career on biobutanol, biobutanol development, which was the fermentation, so basically going from glucose directly to biobutanol, no intermediates or so. I spend a lot of my time at the demonstration facility for this process, and actually we have commercialized a part of this process in a short period of for a short period of time in the U.S. But ultimately, the biotech process from glucose to biobutanol has not been large-scale commercialized, and I think. You know, part of the challenge, obviously, we are talking about how high can you go with ethanol concentration in a fermentation, right? I think you have to take a factor of 8 or more to this number when you think about the tolerance the yeast has to butanol. And what that really means is that you have to solve biotechnology through process. And it is always challenging to solve biotechnology through process, because what it means is you know, carry a lot of water would be one example, right? So, so the technology as originally maybe intended has not been commercialized in the US.
Can ethanol be mixed with diesel?
I would have my doubts.
You have doubts. Is the octanol, what you are saying, butanol can be mixed with diesel?
I'm not sure that it can be mixed with diesel, but it certainly, you know, from a US perspective, has properties which definitely changed the infrastructure or didn't require the same infrastructure modifications potentially. So.
Okay, thanks.
Could get to a higher blending rate it was with butanol for sure, much more than ethanol. Yeah.
Madam, butanol is actually non-aqueous, is non-polar. Yeah. You can blend any amount in diesel. Yeah. Ethanol you can blend in diesel. Butanol you can blend in diesel. Ethanol no. Yeah. Isopropanol slightly more than ethanol. Ethanol being highly polar. It's not possible in diesel. In petrol, it goes well because the polarity matches. To blend ethanol in diesel, you are supposed to add emulsifier. But then along with water and ethanol together, you can do.
Hi, are you guys working in India to get GM yeast, or are you guys already have started GM yeast in India?
So, can you hear?
Yeah.
So, we are one of the few companies who's already got an approval for the import and marketing of GM yeast. And, you know, as a regulatory requirement, any ethanol producer who wants to use GM yeast actually has to also go in through a regulatory approval process. And we are already working with some of our customers to put in the application and get the approvals so that they can start using the GM yeast, which brings in a lot of benefits to the ethanol producers. So we're already on it. Yeah. Hopefully next week we start some trials of GM yeast at one of our customers' places.
Actually, I have one question. This side. I have one question. Can you tell us what are the advantages when we use GM yeast vis-a-vis the normal yeast?
So yeah, maybe I can take that. What we did in US already we had seen a lot of advantages, but because it was important to also know under Indian conditions, what those advantages can translate into. So we have seen that depending on the process conditions, let's say you are, exposing it to very harsh conditions, then you see almost a 3 to 4% increase in yield. There's a significant byproduct reduction, right? And then the other is the ease of operation, right? So right now we struggle with controlling the temperatures and, especially in the seasonal, hot season. The GM yeasts are much more robust. So they can, really make your operations easy. So you don't have to worry about that there would be a stuck fermentation and, everything kind of, that with the normal yeast that we sometimes see, temperature goes above 38, slows down, maybe even leaves sugar. So all of that, has been, I would say, engineered into the genome. So these engineered yeast can do a much better job there.
So you are saying it's only ease of operations, or we get better ethanol yield also?
That's what I said. The first is 3 to 4% better ethanol yield with byproduct reduction, which is glycerol, and also it takes, controls contamination. These are very fast. So what it does is in the first 16 to 17 hours, you'll see suddenly a lot of ethanol produced. So your contamination is better controlled. So all that yield improvement comes from that.
Okay, so you are saying if we use the yeast which you are providing today with the GM yeast, we will see a
3 to 4, yeah.
And in addition to that, you'll also have a reduction in the glucoamylase consumption. So right now you use two, enzymes. One is the alpha amylase, which goes into the liquefaction area, and second is the glucoamylase, which goes into the fermentation area. So, when you use a GM yeast, depending on, the type of yeast, the GM, modifications that have been made.
How much is the reduction of glucoamylase dosage?
At least our yeast, we, talk about a minimum of 50% reduction in the glucoamylase.
Yeah, it can be more. It's at least a 50% reduction, like across board.
I'll talk offline.
Okay.
Yeah, hi Ben. My question is whether the GM yeast will only work to increase the yield, or we have to put some chiller also in fermentation, because as India, it's a tropical country and we have high temperatures during summers, and most of the months are really hot. So where temperatures are going up to 50 degrees Celsius, and maybe in future we can see the higher temperatures as well. So whether the GM yeast will only be working just to get the higher yield, or we have to think about temperature control in fermentation also?
Maybe I'll take. So I'll say the GM yeast are much better than the non-GM yeast in terms of temperature robustness. So if your current, non-GM yeast, you see some struggle, 35 degree plus, right? So these yeast can take that, temperatures much better, up to 38 we have seen. They continue to provide additional yield. So yes, of course, you get the additional yield, but also I will not claim that you can go to 50 degree, right? So there is a limit to, because these are still living organisms. So, at some stage they will struggle. But yeah, they can definitely do much better job than the conventional yeast. And of course, we continue to innovate, so who knows, yeah.
Okay, so 38 degrees Celsius they can tolerate?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Above that, we have to think about temperature control and all other
Yeah,
things.
and the other thing is, it's not just the temperature, like one temperature, it's also the fluctuation. These yeast can better, fare these fluctuations, and that is what we often, the yeast struggle with, like, the sudden fluctuations going up and going down. So those, yeah, so you can.
I think this will be the last question.
Thank you very much. What about the cost difference between the GM and non-GM yeast? Approximate?
So at this point in time, we have not come up with a commercial number for the GM yeast. We want to first demonstrate the efficacy of our GM yeast. And I'm sure we will be offering our customers something that they will have a takeaway. I'm sure unless
Can we pass the mic here quickly?
You are saying that the registration process is on and everything. So can you just explain a little bit about how it's getting approved and when is it likely to get done?
For the user, so as Arun mentioned, right? So we already have our yeast approved. Now the user, which is the ethanol producer, also needs to put in an application to a regulatory body called GEAC, right? And what GEAC says is, before you do that, you establish a institutional biosafety committee at your plant. Now this is your committee, but there is a nominee from DBT, which will sit in that committee. And now this committee will do the oversight of the entire process. Now, somewhere between, I would say, 3 to 6 months is what this takes, because you'll have to establish the IBSC, get the yeast approved, whichever yeast, whether it is our yeast or other yeast approved, and then go to GAC. So somewhere between 3 to 6 months. And right now, as Arun again mentioned, we are supporting our customers in putting in their applications. Yeah.
So is any factory approved in India yet?
Sorry?
Is any of the factories approved in India yet?
Yes. Yeah. We've already had a couple of approvals. Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I think we will have to conclude this session now.
This is the last question, ma'am, please.
Where I can't see.
Yeah, but this is the last in, ma'am.
Okay, very quickly, please.
Actually, ma'am, you just claimed 3 to 4% of increase in yield. Where are you thinking this recovery will be come out? Because right now you are assuming this is come from any byproduct.
Yeah, so again, the 3 to 4% recovery improvement partially comes from the byproduct reduction, right? It also comes from the fact that the yeast are able to tolerate. So, the contamination and fight the contamination better. So, because a lot of sugar or, carbon that we lose to contamination as well, right, today. Because if the yeast is slow, the contamination picks up. We see oftentimes 0.4 to 1% lactic acid, right? So if the yeast grows better and is able to make ethanol better and your contamination goes down, so all of that carbon also gets diverted to ethanol. So we called it yield and use, improvement. So that is 3 to 4%. So it is a combination of everything.
No, ma'am, just I need to know whether we have a data regarding
yes, of
the
course.
byproduct.
I'll connect with you offline and yeah, we can show you some data on that.
Okay,
yes, certainly.
Or during tea. All right, thank you so much, team. Let's please give them a round of applause for their presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Ben. And could you also please introduce your team to us? Could you introduce your team to us? Could you? You did, right? Okay, great, fantastic. I missed it then. But thank you so much. It was wonderful having you guys on the stage and for a great session. Please have a seat. Thank you. After a photograph. With this, we'll quickly move on to our next session. We have another 2 incredible sessions coming up. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. And before introducing our next guest speaker, the topic for our session is role of fermentation yeast in efficiency and yield. Please allow me to introduce our speaker, Mr. Martin Berger. A huge round of applause for Mr. Martin, who is here with us today, and I also request your team to be joining us. Mr. Martin has a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and master's degree in chemistry. He is currently the head of AB Biotech Bioethanol Application Lab and Global Application Lead at AB Biotech Bioethanol. He has over 3 decades of international experience as a quality and operations supervisor, laboratory manager, and supervisor. A very, very warm welcome to you, and over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, welcome. I'm pleased to be here, very privileged to be here, very honored to be here. This morning our wonderful host asked, who did you not know before you came into this meeting? And for me it was much easier to remember which of the people I did know, because it's only a handful. But it's been very nice meeting you and communicating with you during the session. So now, my name is Martin Berger. I'm the Global Application Lead for AB Biotech, and I will give a presentation of the role of fermentation in efficiency and yield. So, AB Biotech is part of AB Mori, which in turn is part of Associated British Foods. AB Biotech is present in all major markets around the globe, AB Maori. And AB Biotech has 3 different global technology centers around the globe, one in St. Louis in the US, one in the Netherlands, and one in Australia. We also have several manufacturing plants around the globe. And in the spring of 2026, we will start producing yeast in our new plant in Pilibhit, Uttar Pradesh. So, AB Biotech can supply you with the following yeast formats. We can supply you with dry yeast. Now, the advantage of dry yeast is that it is efficient in transport and storage, and it has a very long shelf life. We can also supply you with green yeast. The advantage there is the ease of handling, and it has a high viability. Other options are also compressed or crumbled yeast. Those are mainly used in distilled options. Well, and as I mentioned, we already have production in India, but we will introduce a new plant next year. The advantage of that is that local yeast production gives many advantages like optimal pricing and easier logistics. Now, what does an ethanol plant want from yeast? It wants to have a high titer, so high ethanol concentration at the end of fermentation. It wants that the yeast has a high ethanol resistance. It also wants a yeast that will able to handle high gravity fermentations that gives at the end of fermentation at least 15 weight% of ethanol, around 18 volume% of ethanol. In that way, it increases the volumetric productivity. What you want from yeast is a fast fermentation rate. Higher fermentation rate means shorter fermentation times. So that means that in a certain period of time, you can do more fermentation, also increasing your production. And of course, you also want a yeast that gives the highest yield, as much ethanol from the amount of sugar available. And in doing so, you will have a yeast that produces less glycerol and other byproducts, and also converts as much sugar as possible, and therefore you will have lower residual sugar. You also want your yeast to be very robust, have a high organic acid tolerance, and to be able to, in conditions with high acetic or lactic acids, still being able to perform a good fermentation. You want it to have a good temperature tolerance. It was already mentioned. To be able to ferment at higher temperatures, and also still to be able to ferment when temperature excursions occur, because with normal old-fashioned yeast that basically meant that the yeast was going to die and production stalled. You also want your yeast to have a high osmotolerance, so it produces less glycerol, but still functions very well. Okay, so here's the agenda for today. I will have my presentation in 3 parts: typical grain to ethanol process, then the yeast fermentation basics, and yeast deployment in ethanol plants. So part 1, typical grain to ethanol process. Now, most of you probably know this, but still good to see. First, we'll dry grind process flow, the starch conversion into glucose, and the simultaneous saccharification and fermentation. And we will also discuss some problem areas in fermentation. Now, this is a schematic overview of the bioethanol process as it happens in a plant. First, the corn or rice are milled, water is added, then alpha amylase is added, and you will go into liquefaction. This liquefact will then go to fermentation. Simultaneously, more or less, you will have your dry yeast, you will rehydrate that, you will send it to your propagator to produce more biomass, more yeast cells. You do this by adding air and water, because when yeast is when you add air, so it's in aerobic conditions, yeast will start doubling and budding very fast and gives you a high biomass. During this process, you will also need some glucoamylase and some nutrients for the yeast, because also during its budding, growing, it will need some nutrients. From the pre-fermenter, it will be sent then, your yeast will be sent to the fermentation, where already you have your liquefact. Now, during the filling of your fermenter, you will add glucoamylase, you will add water, you will add some nutrients, and then fermentation starts. And after the end of fermentation, typically around 40 to 50 hours, material from fermentation goes to the beer well. The beer well is basically a retention tank. And from the beer well, it goes to distillation. Further, the liquid phase will be distilled, and after the dehydration step, you will have the anhydrous alcohol at around 99.3%. The other part, so the non-fermentables, what you also call whole stillage, will go into the centrifugation part. That one will give you the wet cake and the thin stillage. Now, thin stillage will also be treated in the evaporation section, and part of your thin stillage will go back to the front of your process to use as backset, so you recycle as much water as possible. The wet cake is then mixed with the syrup in your DDGS dryers. That will be dried. That will give you the distillery dry grains and solubles. And of course, if you have the option also from your syrup, you can produce your distiller corn oil. Then the starch conversion to glucose. Now, all grains have a complex structure. But what we are interested in, and the thing that is for us important, is the starch. The starch is that's the molecule that will end to give you the ethanol. So with starch conversion, it was already mentioned earlier in the enzyme discussion presentation. Most important enzymes are glucoamylase and alpha amylase. Those are the enzymes that cut the starch into smaller molecules. Here we have a typical, you have corn starch, milled grain, which is mixed with water until like 35% dry solids. This is a high viscosity slurry. When you add alpha amylase, it does two things. It will decrease the viscosity of your slurry, so you will be able to pump your material further into the plant. But it will also cut the starch, which is basically a molecule of 60 to 70,000 glucose units. It will cut it into dextrins that are smaller units. Those smaller units, those dextrin units, the glucoamylase is able to cut those and give you the glucose monomers. The glucose monomers, of course, can then, during your fermentation, enter into the yeast cell. The yeast cell will then produce ethanol and or will convert the glucose into ethanol and carbon dioxide. Now, typical conditions are 32 to 36 degrees Celsius, pH of 3.5 to 6, around 52 to 60 hours of fermentation time, and you will end up with 13 to 16% weight percent of ethanol, so that's around 16 to 20 volume percent of ethanol. Now, during the whole process, we can mention several problem areas that can lead to process upset. First, during your yeast handling, you can have heat damage for your yeast. You can also have air and moisture entering your yeast. If that happens, basically you lose your viability of your yeast. So a solution to this is yeast storage. Make sure it's in a cool place, at least protected from direct sunlight. If you do not use all the yeast, now normally production yeast is supplied in 10 kilogram packages. If you do not use the whole package, make sure that it's resealed well enough. Second part is the rehydration is also a problem area. One of the problems you can have there is the bacterial contamination and incorrect yeast dosing. To fight the bacterial contamination, it's important to do the clean in place of the vessel and the transfer line properly. For the incorrect yeast dosing, it's good to make sure that you add the right amount of yeast in the right amount of water. Normally, it's around 1 kilogram of yeast per 7 liters of water. If you add way more water, you will basically extract nutrients from the yeast cell and therefore making it a lot less viable and a lot less useful the yeast will just not be as happy and will not give good results in fermentation. Also pre-fermentation or propagator, there the same issue can happen. You can also have bacterial contamination and you can also have poor yeast growth or poor doubling. Again, CIPing is very important, and it's also important to get a good yeast count to see where are you in fact in your process. Do you get good yeast count, yes or no? A second problem area can happen during corn, milling, liquefaction. With milling, you can have the issue that your corn has a bacterial contamination. Mycotoxins, of course, can be an issue on your corn. And also particle size, poor particle size can be an issue. It's of course very important to monitor the corn quality, to know the amount of mycotoxins, for instance, on your corn. If you know that typically a corn to DDGS has about a 3.5 concentration effect. So if you have a aflatoxin, for instance, of 10 ppb, you will end up with about 30 ppb in your DDGS. Now, if your limit is 20 ppb, you know that you will be over the legal limit, and therefore you have to prevent this. Now, there's no magic stick to get rid of your aflatoxin. So the only way to fight this is to basically manage your corn, incoming corn into the plant. You are allowed, of course, to mix good and bad corn, so corn with high aflatoxin and corn with low aflatoxin. But at the end of your process, your DDGS that will have high aflatoxin, you are not allowed to mix anymore with your good DDGS. That's basically not how it works. So that's very important to take that into account. Another issue you can have in your slurry bowl, you can a slurry tank, you can have dough balls. So you get balls of corn, flour. The problem there is that only the outside of that dough ball is being wetted, but the inside not. So you will not have, this will not be, this corn will not be available for enzyme reactions, for instance. So you have to make sure that your particle size distribution of your milling is done properly. Now, earlier people talked about not using a jet cooker. Of course, it can save you energy, but also the other advantage of using a jet cooker is that eventual or possible bacterial contamination on your corn, which you will have, that can be prevented by using a jet cooker. So it's very important to consider when you decide not to use it. That's one of the risks you take. And liquefaction, you can also have some issues. Again, something like poor cooking, insufficient liquefaction, retrogradation of the starch, or incorrect alpha amylase dosing. Now, in that case, it's very important to do a good temperature monitoring. Make sure that temperature of your liquefaction is always above 85 degrees Celsius, and also that your liquefaction times are at least 2 hours. Let it take the time. And also, with the alpha amylase dosing, make sure that you, when you change your dry solid loads into the plant, that you adjust the alpha amylase dosing accordingly. Another problem, of course, in fermentation, again here, bacterial contamination can happen. That can be prevented, as usual, like CIP of your fermentation vessels, but also your transfer line. Make sure that what happens sometimes if you have what you call a redundancy, you have several pumps coming from liquefaction into fermentation, and you ask your operators to switch the liquefaction pumps every week, and you will notice that might happen or that might not happen. They might use one pump for 3 months, and then all of a sudden, oh, we need, this pump will break down, so I need the other one. But that other one is then completely filled with old mesh, and all that old mesh you will send into your fermentation. And what will happen? Yeah, your fermenter is contaminated, and with a high risk of getting a stuck fermenter, which will lead to high sending, not only losing ethanol production, but also sending a lot of sugars into your distillation, which you definitely do not want. Also, make sure that you also monitor your temperature of your fermentation well. That at least whatever happens, you know what's going on. Of course, you should prevent high temperature excursions, but make sure you monitor it. Glucoamylase. Again, here, the dosing is important to make sure that you correct your dosing based on the dry solid loads. Also, make sure that adjusted, do you want your glucoamylase, all your glucoamylase during your filling, the risk you run is that you get very high sugar, high glucose concentration at the start of your fermentation, and your yeast is getting so much sugars that it's going to be stressed. So adjust your glucoamylase dosing accordingly. And of course, also a possible problem is the amount of nutrients or nitrogen added, or rather not adding the proper amount of nutrition and nitrogen. If you have not enough nitrogen added, there's not enough assimilable nitrogen, then the yeast will not grow or will not double properly during fermentation, and that will lead also to ethanol yield loss, but it can also lead to the production of fuels, the higher alcohols. Now, there will always be a small amount of fuels being produced, but the more stress you will have, the yeast will have the tendency to produce more fuels. The fuels can also then enter into your tin stillage, and you will feed those fusels back into the front of your process. And fusels, of course, are toxic for your yeast. So the less fusels you have in your process, the better it is for your yeast. The better it is for the rest of the process. So then you go to part 2, yeast fermentation basics. Now, this is the pathway the glucose can have inside the yeast cell. Starch is converted into glucose. The glucose will enter the cell. And then the glucose, normally in an anaerobic condition, will be entering the pathway and will lead to the production of ethanol. When it's in an aerobic situation, it will go into another, the 3-carboxylic acid cycle, and it will have a different production. Now, when the yeast cell is stressed, instead of producing ethanol, it will start producing glycerol. The yeast cell produces glycerol as a measure to protect it from the environment. Basically, if you have high amounts of sugars, for instance, on the outside of your cell, the glycerol will protect the yeast cell from being emptied completely. And here you can see what happens, what kind of products are being formed. So glycerol can be formed, ethanol can be formed, CO2 can be formed. Of course, the preferred way is the anaerobic production of CO2 and ethanol. Of course, in the anaerobic way, you will get some succinic acid and some cell formation. That will always, that will mainly happen in the pre-fermenter, but it will also partly, for a small part, will also happen during normal anaerobic fermentation. And of course, you can also have glycerol being produced. Now, the other part is yeast nutrition. Yeast needs some food, like us, to have a happy life and to produce as much ethanol as possible, which is good for us. So all these vitamins, which are normally part of it is available in the incoming corn, but of course, when not, there's always an option to supply these in a fermentation supplements. All these supplements, they have these vitamins in them, and also inositol. All these components are necessary for the yeast to be able to perform a good fermentation. Next to those elements, we also have the amount of bulk and trace elements that is necessary. In bulk, I think you will probably know that you will need some phosphate, you will need some magnesium for zinc, for the yeast to be happy. And some trace elements like potassium, manganese, and copper. Now, bulk elements, you usually add these either by a tank or other, but the trace elements, however, can also be supplied just by a quality fermentation supplements like the vitamins. Nitrogen is one of the components that is really necessary for the yeast to be to work well. It's needing nitrogen to reproduce itself, and a good budding is a sign of good active fermentation. Nitrogen, you can supply that in the form of either added urea or ammonia. Some of you, or maybe all of you, will use ammonia as a pH correction, and it has, of course, the added benefit that it's also a nitrogen source. If you add less ammonia, the option is instead of that to use urea as a nitrogen source. Lack of nitrogen can, of course, result in stock fermentation, so loss of yield, and of course problems in distillation with the amount of sugar. Now, the yeast assimilable nitrogen, that's nitrogen for yeast to use, so it's nitrogen that is really available for the yeast to use in its fermentation process. You can also supply it in the form of monoammonium phosphate or diammonium phosphate, but also as free amino nitrogen, that's from the amino acids. Now, the advantage in that sense is that you can add, for instance, protease into your process. So what we have already heard earlier, instead of adding urea, you can add protease, and in some cases, just the breakdown of proteins available is sufficient as a nitrogen source, so you don't have to additionally feed urea or ammonia. Now, then yeast stressors. There are several stress conditions that can happen to a yeast cell. We will name a couple of her in a little more detail. The ones that you will experience most in your plant. First, it is osmotic stress. Like I mentioned earlier, if you, at the start of your fermentation, add a lot of glucoamylase and a lot of glucose is already freed, then this will give you a high osmotic pressure and will give stress to the yeast. So make sure that you do your glucoamylase dosing properly, and make sure that in that sense the yeast leads a healthy life during its fermentation cycle. Osmotic stress will always also will lead to a high glycerol formation. And of course, any molecule of glycerol that's being produced is loss of an ethanol molecule. So it's a yield loss. Organic acids, of course, bacterial contamination. Bacteria have the tendency, they will produce the most commonly present bacteria in bioethanol production are lactic acid bacteria. So you will always have these, you will always find some lactic acid in your fermentation. And next to lactic acid, the same bacteria also produce a certain amount of acetic acid. Now lactic acid has the problem because it's basically, if your bacteria will start producing lactic, it will take some of the food that you have given it to the yeast to produce alcohol. It's not being used to produce alcohol, but it's produced by the bacteria to make lactic acid. Since you don't want a lactic acid plant, but you want an ethanol plant, that's something you need to prevent. And that then for an amount of high amount of lactic acid it gives you a whole yield loss, but so it gives you serious financial consequences. So good antibiotic or use or good CIP is very important. The acidic conditions inside the yeast will stop the metabolism, and basically you will run the risk of stock fermentations. It's basically something you never want. Then high temperature, as already mentioned earlier, yeast is of course can live at 30 degrees, can live at 37 degrees, but the high temperature excursions it doesn't really like, so it's good to prevent that. Again, high temperature excursions will also lead to a loss of membrane integrity, and in the end can lead to no growth and no stock fermentation again. Now then we come to the battery.
Hello, 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 hello.
Okay, so fermentation chemistry. Now, ideally, theoretically at least, one glucose molecule will give you 2 ethanol molecules and 2 carbon dioxide molecules. And in weight, 1 kilogram of glucose will give you around 511 grams of ethanol, 0.65 liters, and 489 grams of carbon dioxide. And if you look at the amount of starch you will need for that, 1 kilogram of starch will give you approximately 1.11 kilograms of glucose. Now the reality is, of course, that the theoretical reaction of 1 glucose into 2 ethanol and 2 carbon dioxide molecules is never going to happen. There will always be some side byproducts being formed. That can either be glycerol, acetic, succinic acid, acetaldehyde, yeast cells, of course other higher alcohols like propanol, isobutanol, isoamyl alcohol. Now all these byproducts of course will result in a lesser amount of ethanol being produced. So the really theoretical value you will never meet. However, the amount of byproduct fermentation is really dependent on the type of yeast, so you say the generation of yeast you use and the fermentation conditions. Now, one thing which is, if you want to see how well your plant is doing, is to have to be able to do a mass balance calculation. And there's one rule: mass in is mass out. You cannot make more ethanol out of it than theoretically possible. So that's the law of conservation of mass is very important. On the incoming side, you have your corn, flour, yeast cells, enzyme, and other chemicals. And on the outgoing side, you have ethanol, CO2, glycerol, acetic, and the other. Now, here you can see how you can exactly calculate your mass balance. I will not go into the details. But you can all... Here you can see actually the correct way to calculate. Now, why is this important? Well, it's important because what you want with your mass balance is to see how well your plant is working. One of the most important plant metrics is yield. However, how is yield? How can you analyze that? You can only analyze that or check that if you have all the data available. You need to know the data for this yield calculation. You need to have that data. It's already mentioned earlier. Data processing, data capture is very important if you want to optimize your plant. You want to know where you can improve. Without proper data collection, that's basically makes it very difficult. And also the data collection also makes it possible to diagnose issues in the plant. You can then see, okay, in which part of my plant do I have an issue? Do I have an issue in fermentation? Do I have an issue in propagation? Without this data, it makes it very difficult to really determine where you might have an issue. Now, part 3, go through this very fast. Is yeast selection. So it's very important to there's different, we already mentioned. So it's good to use the benefits, even with classically modified yeast. We have been to a lot of improvements which lead to yeast producing higher yields. Higher yields, of course, more ethanol from corn. Also, because the high yields, make sure that all the sugars are completely fermented, or as much as possible sugars are completely fermented by the yeast. And also, an advanced yeast is able to work with a lower glycerol even under stress conditions. And the advantage of this with an advanced yeast is it also has a faster fermentation rate. So you will have in the same amount of time, you'll have the more ethanol being produced. And in this is really a field experiment. So it's not a lab trial, but really this is plant data. We have a almost 3.5 hour decrease in fermentation time. Of course, decreasing your fermentation time means that you can do more fermentations in the same time frame. Also, the advanced yeast will also, since it's able to work even under higher organic acid conditions, the yield decrease you will have when you compare it with an old yeast, you will have much less yield loss. And again, even under stress conditions, you see that the more advanced yeast gives you a shorter fermentation time. And even if you do not have an HPLC, even with more simple analytical equipment, you can still monitor perfectly whether when you do a trial, when you do a new yeast, but even with just checking residual sugars and gravity, you can just also determine whether your different yeast is performing better than the one you're currently using. And you can also see that even under these conditions, if your yeast is faster, which is important also, or if you do such an experiment, such a trial, is to do several fermentations. It's not like, oh, I'm going to use a new, well, it could be a yeast, but it could also be an enzyme. I'm going to use a new yeast. I do one fermentation. Oh, I don't see a difference. And I make sure that you do have statistically enough data available. Well, and I sure, as for the last, show you the benefits of the economic benefits of having an advanced yeast. By 1% more yield increase on a 66 million liter ethanol plant, you will see that you will have around 4.8 million liters in total on a yearly basis extra. This will give you 280 million revenue increase. Of course, you will have a slightly higher yeast cost because the more advanced yeast is more expensive, but still you get a much better increase. Well, I think I will shortly go over this. I think it's already mentioned several times. Very important is to have a good data approach. Make sure that you capture as much data in your plant as possible. Do not use gut feeling to operate your plant, but base your operation of your plant on statistical data. And that's one of the service you can expect, for instance, from us. We work with a statistical software program. We import the data, and then we can clearly see the advantages of if you make a change in your process, either by using a different enzyme or by using a different yeast. Well, that was it.
The floor is open for questions. We can pass the mic. Right over here. Front row.
Sir, your yeast is not GM yeast.
Correct.
It is normal yeast. There is no requirement of any GM requirements and all those things?
No. So it's just, so the more advanced yeast is just by classical methods being developed. So in laboratory, you do trials, you give it stress factors, and then you do you start doing 96 well plates, you do thousands and thousands and thousands of selections, and then in the end you will get some that gives you a better result, and those you are going to do in a flask fermentation trial, and those results, when they are sufficient, you do a pilot plant trial, and then introduce it into the market.
So do you feel that the claim of GM yeast is 3-4% additional yield? What do you claim?
Well,
do you claim it par or more or less?
Of course, there's advantages to GM yeast. That's undoubtedly the case. However, we see that even with advanced yeast, not only ours, but also that of other suppliers, that you can get to lower glycerol levels. Definitely, we see an enormous decrease even with classically modified yeast, with even up to like 0.4 to 0.3% glycerol. So it's not only GM yeast that can reach that level, but even classically, and again, it's not only our yeast, but also that of the competition. We've seen that the same results, basically.
Right, thank you very much.
Any more questions from the audience? I'm not missing any hand up. There. Yes.
So, what is the alcohol concentration while using your yeast, which we can achieve?
Well, we have several yeasts. But if you, for instance, the one which are currently, then you could can up to like 14.5 weight percent of ethanol at the end of fermentation.
Weight percent, not volume.
Yeah. No, weight percent, 14.5. So that is around 17 volume percent.
Okay.
We have a more advanced yeast that goes even higher. That goes up to 15.5. But again, that's not yet fully commercialized.
All right. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Does your yeast hold good on higher temperature like 37, 38, as they claim?
Well, that's the thing where I think the GM yeast can probably distinguish. We see that it can up to 37 degrees is not a problem.
Okay.
Hello.
Sir, above 37 degree, what happens? Yeast can survive at times, but your bacteria also starts growing because it becomes favorable temperature for bacteria to grow.
Yes.
Sir, what should be the best dose? I am here actually. What should be the best dose per ton of starch in the fermentation? Yeast dose.
Yeast dosage.
So what should be the best dose per ton of starch?
You see, yeast dosage actually can be determined through the cell counts in the beginning. And normally what we feed in India is around 5 to 7 kgs per 100,000 liters of wash.
Sir, when your Pilibhit plant is going to be commissioned?
Sir, plant commissioning activities will start by end of this year, calendar year.
Okay.
And I'm expecting grain yeast manufacturing to start by May or June latest.
Can we expect lower price as compared to the imported ones?
Definitely, some benefit will definitely come because of...
You should pass on those benefits to the industry, please.
Sir, we are already producing yeast in India. That is at our Maharashtra plant currently, but that we are not making for grain-based as of now. We will start grain yeast production also from next year at this new facility. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Do we have any more questions? We can take one more if. I'm just scanning the room. So I think we'll conclude the session now. Thank you so very much. Let's give a huge round of applause to Mr. Martin Berger and his team member for their presentation. Thank you for being with us. Can we have you both in the center for a photograph? Thank you very much. All right, so we are, there is another session that remains, which will be the last and the final session for our summit. You all have been so amazing, and all our wonderful speakers, thank you so much. Before we get into our final session, I thought let's quickly just mix up the energy. Let's just do a little energizer. It'll just take a few minutes. Can I request one last time, for everyone to just rise up wherever you are? Can everybody just rise up? Please rise up. Thank you. Everybody at the back also. It's always nice to just shake up the energy a little bit before we get into the next session. Can you all find a partner? Just find a partner. I would suggest the women find a female partner. I mean, just generally, I mean, sometimes what I'm going to make you do, sometimes people don't feel comfortable. I'm just being, otherwise, if you're comfortable, great, I'm with you. Ideally, preferably. Okay, have you found a partner? Partner. Please find a partner. Yes, oh great, wonderful. That is the point of the summit. Let's find a partner. You have a partner. You all have partners. Can you say yes? Okay, great. So you're standing next to your partner? Just stand next to your partner. Wonderful. Okay, now can you, if your partner's on your right side, can you both turn towards the right side? Both of you, yes. Then you'll be, one person will be facing the front and the person behind will be facing the back of their partner, correct? You're facing the back of your partner? Sir, kariye na, please. Simple exercise है, not to worry at all. थोड़ा पास आ जाइए, कोई बात नहीं, थोड़ा पास आ जाइए. आपका पार्टनर कौन है? उन्हें पता है आप उनके पार्टनर हो? Okay. So can the person behind, can you put your hands up in the air? The person behind, जो पीछे हैं, दोनों हाथ, sorry मेरे हाथ में माइक है, दोनों हाथ. आप अपने दोनों हाथ, आपका जो पार्टनर उनके कंधों पे रखिए. Okay. For all our friends who have traveled from different countries and come to our country, this is the way we relax. Give a nice massage. I'm serious. Give a nice massage. It's called a champi. Give a nice massage. Please do it. Come on. Be nice. Be generous to each other. You can make a train, all three of you. अच्छे से, अरे sir, आपके पास कोई नहीं है? Someone do, please, I'm very serious. Give a nice massage. Make the person relax. अरे आप लोग be generous, come on, do it. हम सब ने चंपी कराई हुई, हम सब मालिश करवाते हैं. Make the person relax, ease it out. Okay, fantastic. That was amazing. And now everybody turn around. Swap. You've taken a favor, now return the favor. Same drill, hands up in the air. अपने partner के कंधों पे हाथ रखिए and give the nice massage. Please, I'm serious, please do it. Just relax it out. Come on. Massage. That's perfect. Very nice. Give them a nice jumpy. Okay. Everybody refresh now. Please clap for yourselves. Please be seated. Let's get set, go for the last and the final session of our summit today. And it's my honor to welcome our next speaker, who will be having a session on the topic, energy integration through process efficiencies. May I please welcome Mr. Yashodhan Mankame to the stage with his team. And let's give them a huge round of applause. This is the last session, everyone. Mr. Yashodhan is the Executive Vice President, Business Development, Praj Industries Limited. A very, very warm welcome to you. You can join us on stage. Please come. And he holds a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering. He has 34 years of experience in the bioenergy and renewable energy sector, including 25 years in international markets. He currently leads business development for the bioenergy vertical for India, Southeast Asia, Africa, and Europe. His role is instrumental in driving the global expansion of Praj's bioenergy portfolio. His expertise is in business project development, from project conceptualization to commercial operation for bioenergy projects, beverage, industrial-grade ethanol projects, and wastewater management solutions. He has been involved in the development of 100+ bioenergy projects globally and has presented papers in multiple international conferences and business forums. A very, very warm welcome to you. Everyone, can we have a huge round of applause for our final speaker for the day?
Thank you. Good evening, friends. First of all, thank you to JEMA for inviting me to speak at this event. And thank you to all of you here to wait for this last presentation. So the topic I'll be speaking on is energy integration and process efficiency. My name is Yashodhan Mankame, and I represent Praj Industries Limited. With me is my colleague Himanshu Taneja. Himanshu heads our business in Northern India. You must be knowing about Praj, but to give you a brief overview of Praj Industries Limited, we are a company specializing in technology, engineering, and supply of projects for bioethanol and in bioenergy space. We do ethanol plants from any kinds of feedstocks, fourth generation feedstocks, which are either sugar-based or starch-based, and also second generation feedstocks, and also for all kinds of products, whether it's fuel-grade ethanol, beverage-grade ethanol, industrial ethanol, and pharma or cosmetic-grade ethanol. Apart from that, we do CBG plants, biogas plants, and many other systems, which are engineering and process systems. Praj, over a period of the last 40 years, we have more than 1,000 ethanol plants worldwide, which are based on Praj technology, and have references now, I think, in about 104 different countries. So today, the industry is facing many challenges. Industry challenges are, of course, rising energy cost, rising feedstock cost, and water scarcity. Now, to overcome these challenges and to maximize profitability, what the industry can do is, of course, on one side, increase revenue by capacity expansion, multi-feedstock operation, round-the-year consistent operation, and revenue from co-products. On the other side, of course, they can reduce cost of production by achieving energy and water reduction, increasing process efficiency, and reducing and recycling of waste streams. What I'll be speaking on today is, reducing energy cost. So basically, reducing energy and water in your ethanol plant. The starting point of reducing consumption of energy is to have accurate measurement. In a total ethanol complex, it is very important to measure energy production and consumption, starting from the boiler. From there, how much steam is going into the turbine, at what pressure, how much is the internal consumption of the boiler, so how much steam is going back to the deaerator and at what pressure, and finally, how much steam is going to the process plant. So it is very important to measure the consumption at each of these points. So having measurement devices like flow transmitters, pressure transmitters, to properly understand the consumption points in the plant. It is also very important that you should be measuring how much steam is actually going into the process plant, which is at every process plant has a steam header. So measurement of steam going into the steam header, both in terms of flow as well as pressure, is again very important. And then beyond the steam header, how much steam is going into all the consumption points. So it is very important, again, to measure the steam flow and pressure at all the consumption points. So to optimize steam consumption in your plant, as I said, accurate measurement of steam at every consumption point is important. So having measurement devices to measure this is also very important. Also, what an ethanol plant can do is also to look at the balance of the hot streams and cold streams in their plant, and having recovery of heat. So the cold streams should be used for recovering heat from the hot streams, and wherever there is a heat exchange possible, that should be done so that there is maximum recovery as well as preservation of energy. And the third point, which is very important, is to plug any kind of energy losses. What we have seen in many plants is, when the plant starts up, there is a set point set for energy consumption and temperatures. Over a period of time, those set points change. But people are not bothered to understand why the set points have changed. The set points would change because there is something happening in the plant. So it is very important to do a root cause analysis of that, what is happening in the plant, so that this higher energy consumption can be plugged, and so that the energy can be reduced. So yes, it is also important to know where you are having energy losses and plugging those energy losses. Add-on benefit of steam saving. Steam saving is equivalent to water saving, because when you are putting steam or heat energy in, you would require to take out that heat energy. And to take out that heat energy, you need water. So whenever you save heat energy, you are also saving equivalent amount of water which is required to take out that heat energy. So it has a dual benefit. You save steam as well as water. Now I'll go to, there has been a continuous development as well in achieving lower steam consumption. Now, if you look at an ethanol plant, olden days, if you look at ethanol plants which are 7 years, 8 years, more than 7, 8 years older, for a typical rice-based ethanol plant in India, the steam consumption used to be somewhere at around 3.9 or 4 or 4.2 kg per liter. Then, of course, there were integrations in the plant where people went for, and now which has become a very conventional plant, is dryer vapor integration to recover energy from dryer. So in a typical rice-based ethanol plant, which includes a DDGS dryer, in a conventional plant which has dryer vapor integration, the consumption of steam is about 3.4 kg per liter. This is at about, for a plant which is operating at about 13 to 14% alcohol concentration. Then to further save steam, there is a technology called evaporative distillation, which would reduce the steam consumption from 3.4 to 3.1 kg per liter. For further saving, there is MVR technology, which is MVR being used in the evaporation plant, which would further reduce the steam consumption to 2.7 kg per liter. Then you have an option of using MVR both in the evaporation plant as well as MVR on dryer vapors, which would then reduce the steam consumption to about 2.3 kg per liter. And then, of course, the final saving can be achieved where you, apart from the evaporation MVR, you also put a MVR in your distillation plant, which can further reduce the steam consumption to 1.7 kg per liter. And as a technology provider, we are supplying these kind of plants, both in India and in overseas market. So this is for a typical rice-based ethanol plant. When you move to a corn-based ethanol plant, of course, corn-based ethanol plants operate on a lower alcohol concentration, so they consume more energy. So if you compare this, this is for a rice-based ethanol plant, and this is for a corn-based ethanol plant. So there will be about 0.3 kg per liter additional steam required in a corn-based ethanol plant. Now I'll run through the aspects of these different technologies. So this is a dry grind, typical conventional grain or rice-based ethanol plant, which has consumption of steam in liquefaction, distillation, evaporation, dehydration, and dryer. And then there is heat integration between the dryer and the evaporation section. So typical steam consumption here is at 3.4 kg per liter, and the steam use is at 3.5 bar. Generally in India, we use steam at 3.5 bar. Unlike overseas market where steam is used as a higher pressure, overseas market you use steam at 6 bar or 7 bar, because most of those plants operate only on corn. So when you're operating on corn, you can use higher pressure steam, 6 bar, 7 bar, both in distillation and dehydration. However, in India, you have plants which operate both on corn and rice. And rice is a more delicate raw material if you compare it with corn. So when you use higher steam pressure on a rice-based ethanol plant, especially in a dryer, then there is a risk of damaging the DGS quality. So that's why in India we use a lower steam pressure, and we don't have what we call a split distillation in the Indian market. So this is for a conventional ethanol plant. Then we go to evaporative distillation. Evaporative distillation is a scheme where you use an evaporator, a pre-evaporator before the mash column, so that there is heat integration between this pre-evaporator and the mash column. So this is a technology that can be used for new ethanol plants, as well as this is a technology that can be used for reduction of steam consumption in an existing ethanol plant. So to reduce steam consumption on a unit basis in an existing ethanol plant, this is an excellent technology, where what you are achieving is about 30% reduction in steam consumption. But in addition to this, what you can also achieve is a 30% expansion in your capacity. 30% expansion in your capacity in the distillation, and by using a technology called MaxMol, achieve a similar expansion in your capacity in the dehydration section. So this is, apart from new plant, this is an excellent technology for expansion and steam saving and an existing ethanol plant. Of course, this is a Praj is a process patent for this technology. In addition, of course, since you are achieving expansion and steam saving by using evaporative distillation technology, you will have on a unit basis lower spent wash volume, and this can be done, or this can be achieved in an existing ethanol plant by minimum add-on hardware. So in that, as I said, evaporative distillation, you would have steam consumption of about 3.1 kg per liter. Next is, of course, the concept of MVR in evaporation. MVR, basically what it does, it compresses vapors, and by compression of vapor, it increases the temperature and pressure. So what you're doing is you are using the heat energy available by compressing that those vapors. You are reusing this heat energy. So MVR used in evaporation plant. So the vapors in evaporation are compressed, heated up, temperature is increased and taken back to the system. So what you need is initially only startup steam for the evaporation, and then it actually uses the same heat that is available. So with this, using MVR in evaporation, you can further reduce the steam consumption to about 2.7 kg per liter. The next stage, of course, is using MVR in the evaporation section, but also in addition to this, using MVR on the drier vapors. So you have MVR, as I discussed in the earlier slide, on the evaporation section, but you have also MVR on the drier vapors. So you have dryer, you take it to a direct vapors, you take it to a direct contact condenser, pass it through MVR, and then those vapors can be used in the distillation section as heat input. So here, in this, what you are achieving is a steam consumption of about 2.3 kg per liter. So further reduction in steam consumption. And then, as I said, the maximum steam saving that can be achieved is by using also an alcohol MVR. The earlier technologies that I have explained, those are the technologies which we have executed in India as well as offering in India. Alcohol MVR is something which we have still not offered in India. This is a technology which we have only used in the overseas market. So apart from using MVR on the evaporation section, also in the drier vapors, we use now an MVR also in the distillation plant. So the vapors that are coming out of the rectifier column are then passed through a MVR, which is an alcohol MVR, and compressed and then reused back in the mash column as heat input. So at this, what we are able to achieve is a very low steam consumption of about 1.7 kg per liter in the whole complex of an ethanol plant. So that's on steam saving. Apart from using different technologies for steam saving, you can achieve steam reduction also by increasing alcohol concentration. So typically for a rice-based ethanol plant currently in India, which operates at about 13 to 14% alcohol concentration, which I call as a conventional plant, the steam consumptions range from 3.2 to 3.4 kg per liter. Now, if you're operating at a lower alcohol concentration, then of course your steam consumption increases. But now there are newer yeast strains available which help you to also operate at a higher concentration. So just by increasing 2% alcohol concentration, if you go from 14% to 16%, you can achieve another 0.3 to 0.4 reduction in steam consumption. Now, if you can go further beyond from 16 to 17%, you will achieve further reduction in steam, because then you have lesser vapors of alcohol to evaporate. So that's another aspect which is coming in technology as far as steam saving is concerned, is increasing the alcohol concentration in your fermentation plant. Now, so that was about saving of steam, and whenever you save steam, as I said, you will be also able to save water. But saving of water is again becoming very important. So there are technologies which are available, which is air-cooled heat exchangers that can be used for saving water in your ethanol plant. Especially in some parts where there is water scarcity, also during environmental clearance, there are very stringent norms being put by the agency for water saving. And wherever there is a very stringent water saving norm, you can use ACHE as a technology for saving water. Basically what an ACHE does, it uses ambient air to cool for the cooling purpose. And with that you can achieve saving of, and so the overall water consumption in your plant can be as low as 3 liters per liter. So this is a typical water saving that you can achieve in say a 200 KLPD plant by using ACHE. You can achieve almost 60% water saving in an ethanol plant by achieving using ACHE. And since you are using ACHE, you are not using, you have a lesser load on the cooling tower, you will also achieve power saving of almost 8 to 10% in the plant when you use an ACHE. So that's about steam saving, energy saving, and water saving in an ethanol plant. And thank you for your patient listening. And if you have any questions, please. Thank you.
Consul, can you check for the mic, please?
सर आपने MVR टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करी है, तो इसमें पावर कंजम्पशन कितना बढ़ता है? Does it match with the total package?
Now, typically for when you are using MVR, especially for Indian condition, what we have seen is the steam power starts balancing for a capacity beyond 300 KLPD. So up to 300 KLPD, it is difficult to balance the steam power, but once you hit 300 and above, the balancing is possible.
With which pressure boiler?
So usually for capacity range between 350 KLPD to 400, 450 KLPD, one needs to go into 88 kg pressure. And the additional power consumption is around 700 to 800 kilowatt for a 350 to 450 KL capacity. Beyond 500 KLPD, then there is possibility of balancing it even at 67 kg. But then nowadays, since CO2 also is becoming equally, in a framework of whatever plant capacity is in proportion to that, one has to go for CO2. So CO2 itself requires about another 1 megawatt, generally for 500 KLPD and above. So again, at 88 kg, it balances very easily.
Nicely, yes.
And fuel consumption goes up by about 1% in terms of 67 kg versus 88 kg pressure. The fuel consumption will go just by about 1% higher. But then you have 33% reduction in overall steam consumed in the plant. So from, let's say, 3.2 kg level, we are bringing it down to 2.3 kg level. So this is almost 33%, 34% saving in overall fuel being consumed in the plant.
Correct. Sir, you are talking about 3.2 or 2.3 kg. Is it 3.5 kg steam or 11 kg steam or 66 kg steam?
Ours is all sized for 3.5 kg gauge pressure,
yes.
Saturated steam at 147 degrees.
This is what is it?
Yeah, again, the reason which I mentioned during my presentation, why it is sized as 3.5 bar, is, in India, you have plants which operate both on corn as well as rice.
Yeah.
When you're operating on corn, you can use higher pressure of steam, both in the dryer as well as in the distillation system. So you can use about 6 bar, 7 bar steam. But when you operate on both the feedstocks, rice is a more delicate feedstock. So if you are using higher pressure, higher temperature of steam on rice, then you would damage the DDGS quality. And that's the reason you need to use lower pressure at about 3.5, maximum 4 bar as far as the Indian conditions are concerned, because you need the flexibility to operate on both feedstocks.
Right, so thank you.
If
Another
you're
question.
operating, that is, if you in the overseas market where we operate using only corn, then when we use 6 to 7 bar pressure steam, then we don't go for MVR. You use what is called as a split distillation, which is further integration of heat between distillation columns, where in some cases we don't use MVR also.
Fine, sir. Another question is that you are saying the air condenser, air coolers, are they working 24/7, 365 days, or it needs some cooler atmosphere?
No, it works the whole year. We have one which.
So we have an installation very close from Delhi. It is in Indian Potash Limited, where we have achieved overall water consumption of 3.5 liter per liter. Even when they produce ENA, the water consumption doesn't go beyond 4 liter per liter.
So it's very, very close.
This plant is running for almost 3-4 years now, and they operate almost 330 days a year.
Always
throughout
on
ACHE.
Air coolers.
Throughout on ACHE. Over there we have used the type A ACHE. However, nowadays we are also looking at type H ACHEs. So these are two different modules, but then they work around the year.
Okay.
But currently, mainly ACHEs have been used in India where there is water scarcity. So that's a driver.
But only thing is when you go in the heated portion of the country, like down south or there you don't get the ambient temperature which can give you 32 degree.
Sir, here we have designed at the ambient temperature of 45 degrees Celsius. So there is no problems.
See, the only concern is the coastal region where there is high humidity. ACHE has a challenge where the temperature and humidity both are high. So apart from the coastal region, we don't see any challenges anywhere in India.
Okay, sir, thank you.
The ACHE is also employed in the distillation side of the condensers, not on the fermentation side. So we have Abhinav.
See,
Monsoons.
Yeah. No, rainy seasons also we have seen like the one which is very close to Delhi, it's operating perfectly fine.
Hi.
Because in the rainy season also the wet bulb temperature does not considerably change. The wet bulb temperature is normally for a region remains.
Like winters also it works fine. Winters, rainy season, and in coastal, what is the reason? Like it's moist air or what?
It's basically moist air.
So during rainy season also will be the same issue?
It doesn't, you know, if you even see interiors of India, also during rainy season, you don't have very high humidity. You don't sweat when there is rain. If you go to a coastal region, there is high humidity and you sweat. So that's the difference.
Typically, sir, we are shifting from water-cooled cooling towers to air-cooled cooling towers. Typically for a 200 KLPD plant, the differential investment could be anywhere between 3.5 to 4.5 crores typically for a 200 KL plant. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Extending to same question. As you said, conventional plant has consumption of 3.4 kg steam per liter. And now you are saying the newest technology with 1.7 kg per liter. So what kind of capex difference you think for this?
Actually, 1.7, we are not really aware of capex differential for in the Indian market. We have done it for the overseas market. But we can give you a capex differential between, say, conventional and 2.3 kg per liter. So typically, as I said, this is done for bigger capacity plant. So we did that for a 500 KLPD plant. Differential is somewhere around 45 crores for a 500 KLPD plant. 45 to 48 crores, somewhere around that.
So do you mean that this kind of technology is good for only these kind of big plants, 500 KLPD, or can be good for medium size, 200, 300?
No, as I said, earlier, this kind of plant start becoming viable once you go beyond 300 KLPD. So we wouldn't recommend MVR technology for anything which is below 300 KLPD.
See, in present configuration, it has become essential to add carbon dioxide plant, which is a power consuming unit. Additionally, for MVR, there is an increment of 700 kilowatt to about 2 megawatt sometimes for different capacities. So this differential power has to be met from the consumed steam and not any surplus steam. So our idea is not only to reduce steam, our idea is to reduce fuel. So we have to balance steam and power for these incremental, add-ons which are coming up with newer configurations in grain plants. And therefore we have, arrived at some understanding that beyond 400 KL, beyond 350 KL, the balance actually can be achieved. For smaller capacities, it is not viable.
Thank you.
Sir, would you like to ask a question? No. Anybody else? Any questions from the audience?
Sir, I would like to add, like for typically a 500 KL plant, the consumption of steam for rice case would be about 63 to 64 tons. And something similar for even corn. Corn would be about 65 to 66 tons per hour steam. And the power consumption is in the range of about 9.5 to 10.5 megawatt. So this is the balance which we can achieve at about 88 kg pressure, coming down to about 4.5 at the exhaust.
Balance is out for MVR system.
Any more questions? This is the final session for the summit. Everyone seems pretty content. All right, thank you so much for the final session for today. To Mr. Yashodhan and his team member. And I would still request everyone to please remain seated. We all will be moving out soon for the high tea, but I really would request everyone to remain seated for the closing ceremony of our summit. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Please have a seat. So now, as we approach to the conclusion of this enriching and action-packed summit, it is time to pause, reflect, and celebrate. Over the past sessions, we witnessed insightful discussions, powerful presentations, and a renewed commitment towards India's grain-based ethanol future. We thank each one of you, the members, speakers, delegates, and partners for making this summit a meaningful success. Before we formally conclude, it is our privilege to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to those who have guided and inspired us. I now have the opportunity to welcome on stage Dr. C.K. Jain, President of GEMA, along with the OMCs. I request you all to kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony. Please join us on stage. Can we also have the governing body of GEMA joining us on stage? Please come. We will be felicitating our speakers and knowledge partners. I request them to come on stage one by one. First, let's please welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. Hugo Moraes, who's here with us all the way from US and has contributed tremendously to the summit. And along with him, may I request his team of Kazan International INC USA as knowledge partner to also please be present on the stage. The people on stage are going to smile big and people in the audience are going to clap hard. Come on, this is the final closing ceremony. Next, I have the privilege of inviting on stage Ms. Tara Vigil, who has also joined us from USA. I request you to come on stage along with the team of Trucent Separation Technologies, LLC, USA as knowledge partner. Big smiles. Thank you so much. It was wonderful having you with us. Next, let's please welcome Dr. Ben, I'm so sorry. Dr. Ben, please join us on stage. I'm going to clap the hardest for you. Dr. Ben, along with his team, please, all the team members join us on stage. It was very kind of Dr. Ben also, who's flown all the way from the US to be a part of this summit. We're extremely grateful, and we are very, very thrilled you could be here with us. And his team, IFF USA as knowledge partner. We extend our gratitude to all of you. Next, let's bring on stage Mr. Martin Berger. And let's give him a huge round of applause. He has joined us from Netherlands and really has enriched the session, along with his team of AB Mauri India as knowledge partner. Can I request your teammate to also be on stage with us? Can we have another picture? He's just joined us. Can we have another picture, Mr. Martin? Yes, please. Thank you so much. And finally, our last speaker, Mr. Yashodhan Mankame from Praj Industries Limited. Can we have you on stage once again, along with your team member? I know we will follow it up with. Thank you so much. And yes, now we also want to felicitate. Yes, we're going to do it now. I know it's going to be a double one, but it's the closing ceremony, so we thought to do it separately. Also to all our supporters, can we have someone coming up on stage from AB Mauri India? This is for the supporter felicitation. Do we have anyone over here? Yes. We want you back on stage. Yes. Next, let's have Katzen International, INC. You're playing double roles, so. After this, Trucent Separation Technologies, LLC. Ms. Tara, we would like to see you on stage again. Please do come. After this, I'd like to bring up on stage IFF. And very quickly, right after, Praj Industries. Thank you so much. And now to deliver the closing address, I have the honor of inviting the man who has been the backbone of this entire initiative. Please join me in welcoming the president of GMA, Dr. C.K. Jain, to share his reflections and formally conclude the Grain Ethanol Technical Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. C.K. Jain.
हेलो, थैंक यू। कैसा लगा आपको आज का सेशन? What is a something worth taking home or wasting of time? You are taking something home. That is the aim of GMA. कि हम अपने को कल के लिए तैयार कैसे करें। हम लोग सिर्फ इसी पे काम करेंगे कि हम लोग अपने आप को कल के लिए कैसे तैयार करें, कैसे हमारी कॉम्पिटिटिव एज आवे, कैसे हमारी कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी आवे और कैसे हमारी प्रोडक्ट बाय प्रोडक्ट्स का इम्प्रूवमेंट हो। तो इस सब के लिए हम लोग ऐसे प्रयास करते रहेंगे। आप लोग सब लोग इसमें सहयोग दीजिए और बढ़ चढ़ के लीजिए, हिस्सा लीजिए आप इसमें, तभी जीमा का असली मकसद पूरा होगा। सब लोग कोई आप ऑफर करिए, क्या आपको करना है वो हम लोग करेंगे। इन शब्दों के साथ आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सब लोगों ने खूब पेशेंस से, खूब अच्छी तरह से सब सुना, सब देखा। मैं आप लोगों का बड़ा आभारी हूँ कि आपने इतनी अच्छी तरह से पूरे दोनों दिन के प्रोग्राम चलने दिए। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
थैंक यू सर। अभी आप कहीं नहीं जा रहे। I would like to take this opportunity to invite the esteemed members of our governing body to please come up on stage one last time. Please come, please come.
प्रशांत तो चले गए होंगे नेटवर्किंग में, हाँ? प्रणव भी गया होगा, सब चले गए। हद हो गई यार।
And can I request everyone to please rise up for the national anthem?
जन गण मन नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात
शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय 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 जय।
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a part of the second Grain Ethanol Technical Summit 2025. Ek baar, of course, definitely for all of you, for your participation, for your support, your presence. Thank you so very much. Please do join us for high tea. We will see you all next year. It's been a wonderful, it's been an absolute pleasure hosting all of you. This is Sukmani Lamba signing off. Thank you, take care, and God bless.